Hey everyone, welcome to Websleuths YouTube Live. Very special edition. We are going to watch the live stream of Dr. Gerhardt Konig try and defend himself in the case in Hawaii. Now, he is charged with trying to murder his wife in Hawaii. They went on this beautiful romantic walk. He tried to shove her off a cliff, tried to stab her with a needle because he's an anesthesiologist, and then he started beating her with a rock. And yesterday he was on the stand with the defense asking him questions. And all they could really say was over and over that he claimed that it was his wife that started the fight and that she had him by the yahoos, ho-hos, dingles, testicles. They just kept saying that word over and over and over. And it was hilarious. Absolutely beyond hilarious. So today, the prosecution is going to be questioning him. And I think it is going to be a bloodbath. We've got Court TV. Thank you, Court TV, for covering this. This is in Hawaii. That's why it's starting so late for us. And yeah, exactly. Gonads, all kinds of things. Yeah, Missy Motormouth. We're going to be talking about that too later tonight. In case you haven't heard, Leticia Stauch convicted of killing her stepson Gannon. That was overturned. It was overturned. Why? Because, sorry, somebody's texting me. Because it was overturned because a juror, their son-in-law, worked in the same office, I think, as the district attorney. Let me double check on that. But it was brought up during trial, and the judge said, it's just because a son-in-law works in the same office, it's no big deal. Well, a 3-panel judge disagreed. 2 out of the 3 said, no, she gets a new trial. Let me double check that story. Leticia Stauch. There we go. I think that's it. And let's see. Jury trial as a result, the retired judge, blah, 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 blah. Due to a connection to the district attorney's office, one of the jurors' son-in-laws worked for the district attorney's office. I can see how they could say that's a conflict of interest. And I get it. I do. We have to be so careful in our justice system that nobody is allowed to, in any way, shape, or form, unjustly or wrongly influence a jury. I get that. It just seems so wrong because she is so evil. Good God Almighty, this woman is evil. And we've gone all through it. And we'll have to go all through it again unless she does some sort of plea deal. And I would imagine the only plea deal that she'll get or she'll want is one where she can get out of prison. But she tormented her 12-year-old stepson, Gannon, long before she killed him. She killed him with a knife. She just tormented him. And she ended up stabbing him. So it is horrible. We're going to be talking about that tonight. Yeah, Spencer, looking back on it, at first, when I first heard this, I'm like, oh, that makes me so mad. But they should have back then, just to be safe, they should have dismissed that juror. Why was it so important for that juror to be on there? Even if there is a look of impropriety, even if it's not a fact, but it just looks bad, they should have dismissed that juror. I get it. I get it. Yes, this is a bird pen. This is a parrot. I wore it in honor of the Hawaiian courtroom because they have parrots over there, or at least in my mind they do. And this is one of those Swarovski, is that what it's called? Those crystals. I've had this for years. I just love it. Absolutely love it. I'm sorry, you guys, this shirt I'm wearing is making all these scrappy sounds, so I may change here and get something that isn't quite as noisy. Oh, God, that's right, Missy Motormouth. I completely forgot about that. We'll have to go back and look at everything. But her daughter, Leticia's own daughter, had to take the stand against her mother. Now, what Leticia was complaining about for a long time was that she was being used as a babysitter for her husband's kids. And actually, yeah, they were her husband's kids. They were stepkids. There were 2 kids, I believe, at home. And he was having an affair at the time. Again, none of our business. That's none of our business. Has nothing to do with anything. Okay? They can do whatever the hell they want. They're adults. But she felt like she was being used, and she was angry, and she was very she wanted to get even, and she took it out on sweet little Gan. I think I could just start bawling. I think of him, and there was a video. I don't think it's available anymore, but he was driving away waving, and he was just so sweet. Oh my God. Do you remember that interview she did? Again, I haven't even had a chance to look all this up, but where her back was turned to the camera and she was saying, I want everybody to apologize to me who's been accusing me of killing Gannon because I didn't do it. And yeah, she took his body to Florida, from Colorado to Florida, put it in a suitcase and threw it off the side of a bridge, hoping it would go in some water and be swept away, and it wasn't. So anyway, it's very, very upsetting, and we'll get more into it later tonight. But I can't wait to see this prosecutor, what he's going to do to Dr. Gerhardt Konig. It is going to be amazing. Oh, that is Stacy's sound. Let's see what she has for me here. Just want to let her know I'm live. So anyway, she said that she woke up not feeling great. Stacy didn't feel great today, and I told her, just don't worry about coming on. We're fine. We're just going to sit back and watch this. Oh, and did you see Brian Enton? I thought it was weird that Brian Enton was in Arizona, but he didn't put out a video in the evening. Well, he did a little bit later, and he's got somebody who is inside on the case now, and he's completely disguised, talking about Nancy Guthrie and just how messed up this case was from the very beginning because of what this guy claims, because of what Sheriff Nanos did. He appointed like the guy that was in charge of it, I think he said had never investigated like a homicide before or any big sort of case like this. So yeah, it's crazy. And we'll talk about that tonight too. There's a lot going on. And by the way, you can go to websleuths.com and discuss Gannon's case. Let me put that link in chat right here. Really quick, this is a big link, so I'm not going to name it or anything. And also tonight, Othram has put out this great video. It's only like 3.5 minutes long, 3 minutes, 45 seconds, where it really helps explain their DNA and how it works. We're going to watch that tonight. I'll put the link to that video up right now so you can see it if you want to watch it later. But we'll watch it tonight and discuss it as well. Let me get that here. Let me get that link to that video. Just a second here. Let me view this on YouTube. There we go. Now, what Othram says is unsolved crime is a choice. And some people got really mad about that. They're like, well, that's not fair. What they're saying is if the agencies need to do the DNA testing, because if there's evidence there that needs to be tested and they don't test it, that's a choice. They've chosen not to test it. So anyway, here is the Othram video that we're going to discuss tonight, and it's a really good one. Like I said, 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Well worth the watch, everybody. I keep checking back on Court TV, and I'm seeing nothing live yet. What time is it? Oh, we got about 3 minutes. Got about 3 minutes here. So let me just take a look at your things here. Well, exactly. Fisco 219. Is that how you pronounce that? Fisco? I apologize. The way YouTube now puts everybody's name, just runs it together in one big long line, makes me crazy. Anyway, back when Leticia was on trial, they should have said, sorry, That's way too close to the investigation. You have a son-in-law. Maybe this person doesn't even talk to their son-in-law. Maybe they haven't seen their son-in-law in years. Still, it's just the vision of impropriety, just the possibility that it just basically that it looks bad. It doesn't need to be that it's a bad thing and she talks to her son-in-law, or he or she talks to their son-in-law all the time. He works for the DA and that's not cool. It just looks bad. The look of impropriety, whether it is legit or not, that's what they need to strike jurors for. So that's what the problem is. Anyway, hang on, guys, just 1 second. Okay, they came on for just a second and then went back. So we'll just keep this up and running. Yes, Al Stauch was Gannon's dad. Okay, you know what? I am Barbara M. Oh, here we go, guys.
Absent from the courtroom waiting for us outside, but before they come in, Mr. Garner, you wanted to bring some things on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to revisit a couple of the motions in limine issues that I believe need to be revisited after the defendant's testimony yesterday. The defendant testified yesterday specifically about an incident where he was aware that Deanna, I don't know his last name, but Arielle's best friend called him, quote, a monster. And defendant testified that he believed Arielle was minimizing the affair and it was that he was essentially spreading giving Deanna wrong information about the affair. What Arielle was actually talking to Deanna about was that the defendant was using sexual coercion against her. The defendant was demanding that Arielle have sex with him whenever he demanded. And there was an additional testimony of the defendant that's also related to this. The defendant testified that he never disclosed this, quote, affair because he wanted to protect Arielle's reputation. That was his testimony. That is not the truth, or that's not the truth in the state's mind, and it's not the truth according to Arielle's statements that have been disclosed to defense that the court limited out. What the defendant was telling Arielle when he was demanding that she have sex with him was that if she did not comply, he would tell everybody about this affair. So when defendant testifies he didn't tell anybody about the affair because he wanted to protect his reputation, that's not the truth. And essentially what defendant was actually doing was holding this over her head to enforce his sexual demands. So we do believe that these two statements that the defendant testified to yesterday clearly make this evidence that was limited out relevant. It, not including this evidence, gives a completely incomplete picture to the jury. It gives not even half the story. So we do believe that we should be allowed to cross-examine the defendant on these issues. Additionally, the defendant introduced character evidence. The defendant introduced evidence of his character trait of meticulousness. According to the Hawaii Rules of Evidence, the state may rebut that character trait. The proposed rebuttal evidence is further evidence of defendant's controlling characteristics, which have been linked out. These controlling characteristics actually include these sexual coercion demands. So this is actually, these two things are also all connected. But it also includes the defendant's prior spying in his last marriage, the prior viewing of the prior iPad that he had that would view his ex-wife's all of her text messages. We believe that that's now relevant to rebut the claim of meticulousness, or to, not exactly rebut, but to essentially provide the entire character trait that this is halfway referencing. So the position is the defendant is given some picture of this character trait, and we need to be able to rebut it by bringing in the rest of it. Also, with regard to character evidence, I honestly, I also believe that defendant's testimony that he didn't disclose this affair or tell anyone.
I'm sorry, that he what?
That he didn't disclose this affair or tell anyone in order to protect Arielle's reputation, that counts as good character evidence that the defendant was trying to introduce. That's defendant testifying about his good character. So we should be allowed to rebut and get into the sexual coercion for that reason as well. So those are all the reasons and the things that I want the court to revisit and consider that should be open for cross-examination.
I have a question with respect to the allegations of prior spying and the other iPad. What form would, other than just cross-examination, what other form would that come in?
The state did have Ms. Patel on the witness list, but the intention at this point is to limit the evidence on it to cross-examination.
Understood. Thank you for answering the court's questions. Mr. Othram, do you have any response?
Yes. So, we dealt with these issues, very deeply and spent a lot of time on them in motions in limine and in the court rule. Obviously, we were hypersensitive to the court's motions in limine, and we contemplated the court's ruling. We obviously know the risks of how doors can be opened, and we deliberately steered clear of these things. So, for example, when we talked about how therapy turned into something else, he just said that therapy turned into other things. So the point is, we deliberately steered clear of these things to not open the door. And this is an extreme stretch and obviously a last-ditch effort by the prosecutor to get into things that the court has ruled should not come in. So let me just address these things one at a time. I'll talk about the first thing, the meticulousness. I don't know what he's talking about, to be honest. Character evidence under the rules comes in through reputation or opinion testimony. Obviously, we didn't do that. You have to also look at the context, okay? Arielle brought it up in her case about Dr. Konig was the one, in her testimony, Dr. Konig was the one who handled the finances. And trying, I guess, potentially inferring that he was, for whatever the case may be, they brought that up in their case. So he was just addressing that. I think the question was, Arielle said that you handled the finances. Why was that? And I think he said, I'm just, an organized, meticulous guy, right? So it was tied to why he was doing the finances. So, and the reason why we also know that this is, what's the right word? Not a genuine attempt here. If you really think about it, the character of meticulous is something that helps them. That he's maybe a meticulous planner of a murder or whatever, right? It doesn't help us to show he's meticulous, right? So that's how you know this is a false attempt here, because how does it hurt their case that he's meticulous, right? It doesn't. It helps their case, but he wants to use it to get into these things that the court has already ruled out. So, just because he said he was meticulous doesn't then open the door to his, to character evidence to rebut that, number one. So that's that. The part about when he was talking about what Gianna said or thought. It was in context to, again, something they introduced in their case, which is the audio recording. So he has a right to explain why he got the audio recording. And that's what he explained was in his head. He wasn't saying, he doesn't know what Arielle was talking to Gianna about. He doesn't know that. He just assumed that when that was being said to him, that's why he thought, well, maybe she's saying untrue things to Gianna. So I want to and others. So I want to record her in case, I need it in counseling or to show her that, to show these things. That's what was in his head. The issue isn't what she was really saying to Gianna. The issue is what was in his head as to why he got the audio recorder. So in no way, shape, or form should that open up the door to, again, under 403 and other rules of evidence, these allegations of sexual coercion, which obviously we have always disputed and have, taken the position that that's inaccurate. But so we were very cautious to steer clear of these things. Now, so, so that's what I say, Your Honor. This is very dangerous territory. We were very cautious to not open the door to these things. And he was talking about why he did the finances, right? Because he was meticulous and organized. Now, that doesn't then open the door to, it wasn't character evidence for the sake of bolstering his character. It's a character that actually helps the state, not us. But we're explaining something that Arielle said, that he's the one who did the finances. And we're also explaining, that, that's why he did it. So I'm not sure what the court is thinking on this. I'm happy to address any thoughts the court may have, but that's our position.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Barney, then I have a couple of questions.
Sure. What we didn't address right there with Mr. Tucker's arguments, and I'm sure the court will give him a chance to address this as well, is defendant's claim on the stand when he testified that he didn't tell anybody about this emotional affair because he wanted to protect Arielle's reputation. I want to make sure defense has a chance to
I appreciate it.
explain that as well.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So when he was talking about that was early on, right? When he was saying, we were talking about it in San Luis Obispo, and we were considering having her move out, but we didn't do that to protect her reputation. When we got back to Maui, I didn't tell anyone for the sake of the kids and everyone else. So that was long before any of these allegations of sexual coercion came up. That was right after the discovery of the affair in San Luis Obispo and right when they got back to Maui. It was that time period in December 1st, December 8th. If you look at the notices they filed, the allegations, which again we refute, of sexual coercion came later in December. So he was saying when he got back, they decided that she wasn't going to move out in San Luis Obispo to protect her reputation. And when he got back, that's what happened. So that's number one and again, under 403, it's the very reason he kept this stuff out. It is incredibly highly inflammatory. It's going to create a trial within a trial. And it's the exact reason he kept it out. And we were cautious to not try to somehow open the door, which we have not. I mean, we can also address things they brought up in their case that's, can coexist with your ruling. And that's what we did.
I think you said you had a couple questions, so let's move on to this.
Let me start with my questions, and then you can rebut anything that you wish. With respect to the rebutting the characteristic of meticulousness, I understand the avenue of admissibility under Hawaii Rule of Evidence 404A1, where if the defendant does make a character trait that is offered by the accused, the prosecution can rebut the same. So if the character trait is in fact meticulousness, how does what the state wants to get into actually rebutting that? Because you're talking about prior spying, right?
It does. Meticulousness is the way that the defense has been trying to characterize what the defendant was doing in the months leading up to the crime proceedings, right? They're trying to say that defendant is meticulous, and that's why he's looking up all these old tax information. That's why he's looking up his wife's old pay stubs from several years ago. He's looking up all these things. But to rebut that, it's not meticulousness, it's a need for control. So that's where this is coming from with regards to that.
Thank you for calling.
And again, just the only thing I'll say again is that only came up because they asked Arielle who did the finances. And so it was tied to why he did the finances. And it was a brief thing he said, because I'm organized and meticulous. So I kept track of the finances. To now say that opens up the door to somehow getting into all this stuff is just honestly, Your Honor, it should not even remotely get close. You know, the other thing is, you know, and again, Your Honor, I bring this up, right? The rule I think you're talking about, right, is I'm sorry, were you talking about 608?
4481.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Okay. 1 second. Right. So again, we weren't offering a character trait of meticulousness. I mean, we were talking about why he did the finances, and you know, the character evidence, like I talked about, it comes in through, you know, opinion testimony, reputation testimony. We weren't, you know, of a pertinent trait, right? Like we could have called someone and said, you know, do you know him? Do you know him well enough to form an opinion? Do you know him well enough to know what his reputation is? What is your opinion on his characterness for violence, or whether he's a calm person, right? We didn't. That's offering a character trait to a pertinent character. I mean, to a pertinent trait. That's not what we did here. You know, I mean, to suggest that after they said he does the finances, and I asked him why, and he said, "Oh, because I'm just an organized, meticulous guy." Then now that opens the door to all these allegations of sexual coercion and I mean, that's, I mean, on multiple levels, but not the least of which is 403, which is why you kept this out to begin with. Yeah, and again, we're not. So it should stay out on. I mean, it's incredibly prejudicial to allow in these false, what we believe are false allegations of sexual coercion, simply because he said, "I do the finances because I'm meticulous."
Okay, what else want to add? Anything?
Could I add? There's something that I thought of as we were talking there. And this is with specific regards to the character evidence part, the meticulousness, and the need to rebut that.
Please.
I'll use an analogy. Let's say a defendant, we're not talking about this case, just in general, introduces character evidence that, hey, he's kind of a punchy guy. When in fact, the defendant has 25 prior assault convictions. When they introduce this minimizing character evidence, the full rest of the character evidence becomes relevant. That's the analogy I'm kind of trying to use to make sense of this. Does that make sense? That's what the state's argument is, at least.
No, I understand the argument.
Okay, just want to add that. And again, I believe the defendant's statement that he was trying to protect Arielle's reputation is completely different than the character evidence. Or it's connected, but it is significantly different. That was not offered as character evidence. This is just evidence that the state should absolutely be allowed to impeach the defendant on.
Just the last thing I'll say, Your Honor, I apologize. This is the rule I was looking for earlier. I thought it was in the 600s, but 405, right after 44. I'm sure you just read it, right? So that's how you offer character evidence. In all cases in which evidence of character or a trait of character of a person is admissible, proof may be made by testimony as to reputation or by testimony in the form of an opinion. We didn't offer opinion or reputation testimony under 405, so you don't even get to this 404 analysis. But I think you understand our position here.
Okay. Counsel, thank you for the benefit of your thoughts. With respect to the position of the state that the proverbial door has been open to evidence of past sexual coercion on part of the defendant when he explains that a witness referred to him as a monster, or that he was trying to show his good character by not disclosing the affair to enforce his sexual demands on his wife, the court finds that while it may knock on the proverbial door, it's not open. And even if it was, the court's still concerned about the prejudicial value of the proposed cross-examination evidence under Rule 403. The court does find allegations of sexual coercion to be highly prejudicial. And while there is probativeness here, the court still finds the prejudicial value to substantially outweigh the probative value of the evidence. With respect to the prior spying on the iPad, the court is going to allow cross-examination on those specific instances of conduct. The character trait is called meticulousness, but what it really is explaining is the lack of controlling environmental behavior that the defendant has exhibited, i.e. that he's peaceful. And I understand while it creates the impression, it doesn't have to offer the trait, but if it creates the impression as argued by the state, it does open the door under State versus Brooks, which is 123 Hawaii 456. It's a 2010 case. And on cross-examination, it can be inquired into relevant specific instances of conduct. So the court does find an avenue of admissibility under Rule 404A and 405A for the prior spying. And the court does not find, contrary to the sexual coercion allegations, that the prejudicial value substantially outweighs the probativeness. That's the court's ruling.
Can I just be clear? Like,
Yes.
what exactly are they allowed to get into? Prior spying, like
On the prior iPad, is that correct?
I believe that is correct. This was in
on
the state's motion to eliminate, so it's identified there. It was the fact that in his prior marriage, the defendant used an iPad to spy on both his daughter as well as his wife. And it's the similar way that he described he did Arielle's phone in this case. It was actually a little more complex. He basically mirrored the other people's phones onto that iPad so we could live view what they were saying and see their emails and things like that. So that is that type of evidence. Before we get to the end, I'll have a clarifying question as well, but I don't know if we're finished with this issue quite yet.
So just so I'm clear and the record is clear, because they brought up in their case that he did the finances, and he said, I did the finances because I'm detail-oriented, organized, meticulous person. Now we can get into from years and years before allegations that he was spying on his ex-wife.
No.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, that's what it sounded like.
It's not because they got into who brought up the finances. It's because when the word meticulous and taking care of the finances and dealing with all of the insurance and all the investment accounts, that creates the impression that defendant is not controlling, not having any coercion over the victim in this case. The impression is that, for lack of a better word, he's peaceful and not aggressive with respect to that coercive environment. That opens the door to whether or not it truly is meticulousness or something else. And I understand the rebuttal.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Please.
Isn't it by saying I take care of it because I'm meticulous and organized? Isn't that kind of saying that because he has control over it? So I don't understand how I'm not, trying to argue, but I don't understand how that is trying to imply that he's not controlling by saying I'm meticulous. That's why I do the finances. That's the part maybe I'm missing. Like, how does that paint a false picture that he's not controlling? Like someone who does all the finances, all the taxes, all the life, that's kind of controlling of the finances. So I don't understand how that's, now we're saying, oh, that shows he's not controlling. So now we can show that he's controlling. I mean,
Controlling of only the finances versus controlling of the behavior in the relationship.
what was at issue is who did the finances and why.
You had a clarifying question, Mr. Martin.
I do, and this is like, on the second issue we were discussing with the regards about the sexual coercion. At the motions in limine hearing, the court did rule sexual coercion is out, and I understand that it's still the court's ruling. The court did indicate at the motions in limine hearing that the defendant's sexual demands were relevant. So I want to confirm that that is still the court's ruling.
That is, and that also came out on state's case in chief.
Okay, I just want to confirm that I can still go into that.
Yes.
Well, and I'm just, again, we're gonna be in a position where now what, he answers that and now we open the door to everything else. I mean, we have to be able to answer things they raise without it opening the door. Okay, so I understand your ruling, but I'm just also, and he wants to ask those questions. He needs to be able to answer it and explain it. And I know what's gonna happen. Then he's gonna say, oh, judge, it opens the door to all this other stuff again. So I'm just saying, like, if he's gonna ask these questions and he needs to be able to answer them too, out of fairness. And it's not fair where he cannot answer it, or else if he answers it now, he opens up all these other allegations. So,
I understand.
I'm just.
And to get to the specific part, so we can all be clear, to make sure whether I do ask the question or not, I can get into the sexual demands, or the demands.
With Ms. Arielle Konig.
Yes.
Yes.
The, I guess, question then that would be relevant to the defendant's testimony yesterday was whether he was holding the knowledge of this affair over her head while he made those demands. And I'm asking for clarification here. I'm not asking for any further argument about whether I should get into it. I'm asking for the court's clarification.
That was excluded in the motions in limine. I don't know why we're relitigating all the motions in limine at this stage of the trial.
I don't think we resolved that.
Your Honor, you said anything to do with using allegations of sex as coercion was not coming in. That's exactly what they're now trying to do.
No, with the prior partner.
No, with Arielle Konig, you said any allegations that he was using sex as coercion as a way to was not coming in.
And I agree with that.
That's right.
That was
Thank you for reminding me.
So I want to, I'm kind of pre-testing the question right now. But all I was asking was clarification for the court and putting on the record whether that question would be in violation of that term.
It would.
Okay, thank you for
I'm
the
sorry,
clarification.
it will be allowed?
No, it would be violative.
Oh.
Violative of the limiting.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I was looking for is the clarification.
Because that's the coercion issue, right?
Understood.
Anything else we should take up?
Not at the, I want to raise the issue. I don't think it's going to be an issue on cross. It might be in closing about tailoring.
100%. I was going to raise that issue too.
Do you want to talk
That there should not be tailoring questions or argument.
Or there shouldn't be questions and arguments that's tailoring.
Correct.
Isn't that the current case law?
Absolutely.
The current case law is that general tailoring is not allowed. Tailoring about the defendant's presence at the trial is not allowed. Tailoring about the defendant's access to discovery is not allowed. But the defendant in this case used a very, very specific set of words when he testified yesterday. And I think the three of us all know what those words were.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The defendant testifying that he was under extreme mental or emotional distress.
Are you asking if you can get into that issue of cross-examination?
I would like to ask where you heard those words.
I think you can ask them. Anything else?
Nothing else.
You said, I'm sorry, he can or he cannot ask?
He can.
Cannot.
Can. CAN. Can.
He can ask where he heard the words
Sure.
severe emotional distress.
Yes. Anything else before the jury comes in?
Nothing.
All right. If the jury's ready, you guys can count.
Actually, I need a second given the court's new ruling. If I
Take
can
your
send to my client.
Okay, then we'll recess and we'll go off record.
Oh, Your Honor, can we step up, please?
Crap. Sorry, guys. I forgot I was muted. It's one of those days. I got the troll. Thank you very much. Uh, I have no idea what they're talking about. No clue. I get, yeah, I can just tell you in general, I get accused of crap all the time, and I have no idea what people are talking about. And that's one of those things I think from years and years ago. And back then I didn't know what they were talking about. So thank you, everybody. But again, sorry, I was muted for like 5 minutes. This makes me crazy. Anyway, I missed everything here because I was working on my real job. So I do apologize. Was anything exciting decided in the court today? So. Cooking, cleaning, crime. They have not started yet. They were arguing a motion in limine, and it had something to do with the finances, and that my eyes started to roll back on my head when I heard that. And so I had to go do some other work. So I am not sure what happened, but they have not started the cross-examination, which is why we are here. So let's see here. Sorry, guys, I just got to take care of something here really quick. Hold on just 1 second. Hang on. I'll do one more thing. Dee, 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 dee. Hi, Big Spunky's here. He said he's driving and listening, and that makes me very, very, very happy. Dee, dee, dee. Hi. Very, very, very happy. So let me do this, and let me do that. Let me do that and that and that. Here we go. Okay. Anyway, They have not started the cross-examination. That's what we're waiting on. Neil Campbell says, got a feeling the prosecution will be able to reveal Konig's controlling nature. And the defense did it. Yeah, you're right. The defense did it yesterday. He kind of admitted it yesterday. So it's going to be, I'm telling you, it's going to be a bloodbath with this guy. It really is. So. That's okay. Thank you, D-Max. Yeah. Okay. So they opened the door yesterday, if I understand correctly, about Konig's controlling the finances. And some people are saying, well, you know, a lot of times the guy controls the finances. That's very true. Very true. However, in this case, it can logically show that there might be a controlling way. Here we go. I am a lawyer in my own mind.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And only in my own mind.
Deputy Prosecuting
Here we go.
Attorney Joel Garner for the state, also present is Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Franklin Don Carlo Jr.
Morning again, Mr. Garner. Morning again, Mr. Carl.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Otake, not the Dirks, on behalf of Gerhardt Konig, who is present.
Morning again, Mr. Otake. Morning again, Mr. Dirk. Dr. Konig, good morning again.
Morning, Your Honor.
I'll be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning to all of you. Welcome back to courtroom 15. I apologize for the delay. The morning calendar got a little bit away from me, so I appreciate your patience. We'll continue on with the presentation of evidence. Dr. Konig, if I can have you come back up to the stand and resume your place on the stand. And you can have a seat. Dr. Konig, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Mr. Garner, whenever you're ready, you begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
On March 24th, 2025, you were married to Arielle Konig, correct, Dr. Konig?
Yes.
You and Arielle got married in 2018, is that right?
Yes.
You dated for 1 or 2 years before getting married, correct?
Yes.
When you met Arielle, you were working as an anesthesiologist in Pittsburgh, right?
Yes.
And yesterday you described what anesthesiology is, correct?
Yes.
You used very technical terms, right?
Yes.
Maybe the more plain term is that you are the one who puts people to sleep before an operation, correct?
That's what people typically call it.
It's
Yes.
not actually sleep, right?
It's not actually sleep, right?
But you're the one that essentially puts them out, and then after the operation, they wake up again, right?
Yeah. That's part
Anesthesiology
of
is a
it.
very specialized field of medicine, correct?
Yes.
You decide.
Could you just put the mic closer and keep your voice up? So everybody can hear. Thank you.
You decide how much of each anesthesia drug to give a patient, correct?
Yes.
You give too little of the drug, and it's possible the patient could wake up during the surgery, right?
Yes.
You give too much, and the patient could never wake up at all. Is that right?
That's correct.
Ultimately, you're the one with that control, right?
Yes.
Now, you first became an anesthesiologist in Pittsburgh, again, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that money is the main reason you moved to Pittsburgh, correct?
No.
Objection misstates his testimony.
Overall, answer stands.
You testified that the cost of living in Pittsburgh was very important to you, correct?
Yes.
And money is very important to you, right?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Your testimony today is that money is not important to you,
Not very important to me.
not very important. Okay. Now, while you were dating Arielle in Pittsburgh and eventually married to her, right?
Yes.
Okay. She went to graduate school while you guys were in Pittsburgh, correct?
That's right.
And she ended up working in the nuclear engineering field, correct?
She was working in that field when I met her.
And then near the end of 2022, you and Arielle decide to move to Oahu. right?
To Maui.
I'm sorry, Maui. And you moved and you closed on a house at 19 Pu'uehu Place on December 14th, 2022. Is that right?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was around that time, yeah.
The sale price of that house was $1.5 million, correct?
That's right.
And together you and Arielle had a down payment of $300,000, correct?
That's right.
And when you moved to Maui, you had a job lined up, right?
Yes.
That was at TAMG, correct?
Yes.
And TAMG is a group of anesthesiologists that provide services to all the different hospitals on Maui, correct?
The one hospital and surgery centers and some outpatient clinics.
And actually on the island of Maui, TAMG is the only provider of anesthesia services, correct?
We're the only big group of anesthesiologists. There's some independent anesthesiologists and I believe one CRNA that flies over to sometimes work at a plastic surgery outpatient center.
TAMG is the biggest group in town, right?
Yes.
And because of that, TAMG can set the prices, right?
No. We just went through contract renegotiation with the hospital, and we had to use research, based on salaries across the United States in comparable locations.
And that salary got you to your salary was then end up being between $500,000 and $6,000 per year. $500,000 and $600,000 per year, correct?
I never got to work under that contract for a full year. When I moved there, we were making between $300,000 and $400,000 a year.
Okay, so you were making $300,000 to $400,000 a year while you were after you moved to Maui from January 2023 to December 2024.
Yes, that's correct.
And Arielle found a contract position working remotely for a company called TerraPower. Is that right?
Yes.
Arielle made less than $200,000 per year, correct?
Yes.
You made substantially more money than Arielle, right?
Yes.
Okay. On March 24, 2025, you and Arielle were on Oahu, correct?
Yes.
And you came to Oahu because it was Arielle's birthday weekend. Is that right?
That's right.
And Arielle's birthday is actually March 24th, correct?
Yes.
You bought the airline tickets for the trip, correct?
Yes.
And of course, you bought round trip tickets, right?
Yes.
So you were scheduled to go back to Maui on March 25th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
You booked the hotel for the weekend trip, correct?
I did.
You sent spa information to Arielle before the trip, right?
Yes.
And then you booked the spa, correct?
Yes.
You did not send Arielle electronically any information about the Polipuka hike, isn't that correct?
I don't think I did.
We're gonna go back in time a little bit, Dr. Konig. So yesterday you testified that you started to become suspicious of Arielle in October 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Some red flag behavior in like late September probably, but it was probably mostly in October when I got really suspicious.
Well, you testified yesterday that you only became suspicious in October after you heard a phone call. Isn't that right?
Specifically about Jeff Miller. But I was suspicious about her phone behavior prior to that Kauai trip in October.
And once you became suspicious, you went into what you called detective mode. Is that right?
Eventually.
Detective mode for you started with logging into Arielle's WhatsApp account, correct?
No. Detective mode started with me asking her why she's on her phone all the time.
And you logged into Arielle's WhatsApp account, correct?
Eventually.
And you would watch the messages every day, right?
I watched them for 48 hours.
You watched these messages as they were being sent, correct?
Some of them if I was at the computer when they arrived.
And the laptop that we've all seen in this so far, States Exhibit 240, I'll put it up on the screen.
report is in evidence.
Yes. Okay. Dr. Konig, this is your laptop, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you logged into Arielle's WhatsApp from this laptop, correct?
Yes.
And you saw the messages between Jeff Miller and your wife, correct?
I did.
You downloaded those messages, correct?
Yes. Not from the laptop. I downloaded the messages from her phone, and then I saved some screenshots on the laptop.
We're going to publish now States 118, which is already in evidence. Okay, we have States 118 on the screen, Doctor. This is an email you sent to Bryant Bunting, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the first attachment to this email is called Screen Time and Deleted Messages, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to go to page 2. This is the first page of that Word document, right?
Yes.
This is the Word document you created while in detective mode, right?
Yes.
And in this document, that picture at the top, and I'll zoom in, that's the screen of Arielle's phone, correct?
Yes.
You logged into Arielle's phone to take that picture, correct?
Yes.
You entered the passcode into her phone, right?
Yes.
You opened the application to show the screen time, right?
Yes.
And then you took this photo.
Yes, I did.
And then you wrote your thoughts underneath, isn't that right?
Yeah, I took notes.
You took notes, as you would do in detective mode, right?
Yeah.
Your first notes were calculating the number of hours she spent on the WhatsApp app, correct?
Yes.
You calculated it and you did some division based on how many work days there were, right?
I did.
And then you speculated about phone calls, correct?
Yes.
Move on to page 3. Page 3 of this shows other screenshots you took of Arielle's phone, correct?
Yes.
And this is as other screenshots of every app that she was using, correct?
The Screen Time app keeps track of all of the apps that you use, and I think there's probably more, but I just did the first 3 pages.
You didn't stop with WhatsApp, did you?
No.
You looked into her entire phone, correct?
No, I looked it down to 3 pages of the Screen Time app.
You were in detective mode and you didn't look through her actual text messages?
I did look at the text message threads on her phone.
You looked at the text message threads on her phone, right?
I did not look through all of her text messages. I opened the texting app to see if there's anything that looked suspicious there. There wasn't, but really I went straight to WhatsApp because that was the most used application.
You looked through her emails, correct?
Not at this time. I did end up looking through her emails later, mostly with her consent. Like as I'm seeing her on her phone and she's writing an email, I'll be like, "Hey, who are you emailing? Can I see?" And then she'll show it to me.
This was after then you confronted her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's focus on this part of the detective mode for now. You looked at her phone calls, correct?
I looked at the phone calls that she made through WhatsApp. I didn't actually look at the phone calls on the phone.
Okay. So you're suspicious of your wife for 2 months already, right? When you do
Yes.
this.
Yes.
And you looked through her WhatsApp, correct?
Yes.
You don't look through all of her text messages, correct?
Correct.
And you don't look at her phone calls, right?
Right.
These are photographs of the screen of the phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't take a screenshot and send it to yourself, right?
Not of this. No.
Not for these photos.
Mm-mm.
Arielle didn't know you were taking these photos, isn't that right?
No.
Okay, we're going to move on to page 4 of this document. I'm sorry, we're going to move on to page 6 of this document. Now, actually, I'm sorry, we're going to just go to page 4. At the top of this document, this is still the Word document that we were talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay, it is called, again, screen time and deleted messages, right?
Yes.
So most of the page we're looking at is what you copied and pasted or downloaded from WhatsApp, correct?
Yes.
But the very top of this page says deleted messages from Sunday 12/1, parentheses, all deleted, right?
Yes.
You wrote that part.
I wrote
correct?
that part. Yep.
So you were able to see and record all the deleted messages from Sunday, December 1st, 2024, correct?
Yes.
And you read these messages, right?
Yes, I did.
You read them, and starts out, we'll go for the first couple section. Mr. Miller says, good morning, right?
Yes.
He says, I hope you're getting some good sleep, right?
Yes.
And you talked about his sleep, correct?
Yes.
Then Arielle says, good morning, right?
Yes.
There's nothing sexual in these messages, is there, Dr. Konig?
No.
This is two people saying good morning to each other, right?
Yep.
And you were upset because in your mind, this is what spouses do, right?
Say good morning. I wasn't upset that they were saying good morning to each other. I was upset about the entire relationship that they had.
You were upset that they were talking at all like this.
Not just about good morning, about the whole thing.
About the whole thing, okay.
Yeah.
You talked about that they were sending each other links for music, right?
I did talk about that.
And those links are actually contained later on in this document, correct?
They were in earlier conversations. Can't remember where they are in the document.
We've moved on now to page 5 of States 118. Actually, we'll just keep moving forward. Okay, so we're on page 6 now, and you included a screenshot of the WhatsApp now, correct?
Yes.
And part of the screenshot, we'll zoom in, is your note at the very top says these are deleted messages from Tuesday 12/3. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so far at this point in detective mode, you've looked at messages from 12/1, correct?
Yes.
You've also looked at messages from 12/2, correct?
Yes.
And now you're on to December 3rd, right?
That's right.
And December 3rd is the day that Arielle is going to San Luis Obispo, correct?
Yeah, she was actually not arriving until the next day, but she was leaving Maui on that day.
And then she had a layover in Arizona, correct?
That's correct.
And in this photo we're looking at here, Arielle is texting Jeff Miller about being on the plane and getting ready to go to sleep, correct?
Yeah, that's one of the messages that's on there. So this is just the messages that were not deleted by the end of the day that day. So there's a lot more messages that happened during the day, but she had deleted them in different parts of the day. But yeah, the last message on this page says, I hope packing went well. I'm on the plane and ready to sleep.
All right. And then your notes about what you think about these messages continue onto the next page, correct?
Not really what I think about it. So I was keeping notes of when I took the screenshots and what I was seeing at the time, because the way the screenshots work on the computer is that I have to basically copy and paste the screenshot, and that takes some time. So sometimes in between me copying the page and pasting it into the Word document or somewhere else and saving it and going back, she had already deleted other messages. And so I would just take notes and say, like, this message was sent before I could screenshot it, or and then sometimes she would delete some of the messages and then later she would go back and delete more. And so it created a very confusing bunch of screenshots that I had. And so I took notes to kind of help myself piece it back together at a later time. And if that makes sense.
Yep.
Not really my thoughts about what I was thinking about the screenshots at the time. Do you understand? I was just taking notes of like the order in which that they came in, and so I can make sense of the screenshots later.
And naturally, you were upset as you did this, right?
I had a lot of different feelings at the time, suspicious and sad, and not happy.
Suspicious, sad, not happy, upset.
Yeah, that's probably fair to say.
Okay. All right, we're going to take this exhibit down. And again, this exhibit you actually emailed to a Mr. Bunting, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bunting was at the time your best friend, right?
Yes.
And
One of my best friends. Yeah.
Mr. Bunting was married to a woman named Diana, correct?
Gianna. It's spelled with a D, but she's Brazilian.
Okay. So he was married to a woman pronounced Gianna, correct?
That's correct.
And Gianna was Arielle's best friend, right?
One of her best friends. Yeah.
So you send this email to Bryant Bunting on December 4th, 2024 at 3:33 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And that's before you leave for this trip, correct?
Yes.
And this is a trip that's going to include you, Arielle, Bryant, and Gianna, correct?
Yes.
You also had 2 other attachments to Mr. Bunting, correct?
I don't remember if you could show me.
All right, we'll publish page 1 of this exhibit again.
Sorry, what number exhibit?
This states 118. Okay, and we'll zoom in on the middle of the page to attachment names. There were 3 attachments to this email, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the first was screen time and deleted messages, right?
Yes.
And that's the document that we've gone through so far, correct?
Yes.
The second document is some saved chats with pictures, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those chats, right?
Yes.
And you reviewed the pictures, correct?
Yes.
Nothing sexual in those chats, right?
No.
Nothing sexual in those pictures, correct?
No.
And the last file is chat.txt, is that right?
Yes.
And this is what you actually download from WhatsApp, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when you download a chat from WhatsApp, you get a file with a TXT, right?
That's correct.
Now, you said already that you were upset when you were reading these messages, correct?
Yes.
You were upset that she was talking about her personal life with another person, correct?
Yes.
You're upset that she was talking about her kids, right?
Yes.
You're upset that she was talking about the kids putting stuff up on the Christmas tree, right?
Yeah. I mean, in the context of the whole conversation, yeah, I was upset about that.
And you're upset that your wife was keeping these messages secret from you, correct?
Yes.
So before you confronted Arielle, you emailed these documents to your friend Brian, correct?
That's right.
And you actually emailed these documents to Bryant, before you even got on the plane, is that right?
That's right.
So before you even talked to Arielle about this at all, you were already telling Bryant, is that right?
That's right.
You didn't give Arielle a chance to explain herself about these, correct?
Not before I talked to Bryant that day, no.
And you also told Diana, correct?
I did tell Gianna the next day that I was suspicious that she's having an affair.
So you told Arielle's best friend about your suspicions before you told Arielle, correct?
A few minutes before, yes.
You did that because you wanted Gianna and Brian on your side, correct?
That's not correct.
You wanted Arielle's best friend to hear about this emotional affair from you, right?
No, that's not correct.
You didn't want Gianna to hear about this from Arielle, correct?
That's not true.
Well, you told Gianna first, isn't that right?
That's right.
You wanted Gianna and Brian to judge Arielle, correct?
That's not true.
You wanted to isolate Arielle from her best friend, isn't that right?
That's absolutely not true.
So after you tell your best friend and Arielle's best friend about this, that's when you actually confront Arielle, correct?
That's correct.
And you're upset, right?
That's not the primary feeling at the time. I was feeling a lot of other feelings, but I was also upset.
You're mad, right?
I was not mad.
You were not mad when you confronted your wife about these messages.
I was upset.
Okay. It's natural to be mad in this sort of situation, isn't it?
You could be.
And in this confrontation, you called Arielle a lying bitch, right?
I did call her that at some point, not in the beginning of the disclosure.
You called her a whore, right?
I did call her a whore at some point. Again, I think within like the first 24 hours and not during the initial disclosure.
And after this all came out, after you confronted Arielle, called her a lying bitch, called her a whore, you wanted her to move out of the house. Is that right?
That's right.
You used an example yesterday where you talked about somebody else moving out for about 3 months and staying in a hotel, correct?
That's right.
And that's what you wanted Arielle to do, right?
No.
You just said you wanted Arielle to move out of the house. Isn't that right?
Yeah, but you just asked if I wanted her to specifically move into a hotel for 3 months. I had no, I did not want her to move out of the house for 3 months and go live in a hotel.
You just wanted her out.
I preferred to have her move out while we're dealing with the aftermath of her having an affair.
And Arielle didn't want to move out of the house. Is that right?
We both didn't want her to move out of the house. We both decided that together after talking about it.
You just said just a minute ago that you wanted her to move out, right?
That was my preference in the beginning. And then we decided that we're not going to do that. There's
Okay.
plenty of examples of people holding contradictory beliefs. And then you talk about it and think about it and figure out which way you're going to go.
Dr. Konig, Arielle's children were 4 years old and 18 months old at the time that you wanted her to move out. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
No mother would want to move out of the house with their kids that age, would they?
I wouldn't think so.
But that's what you wanted, right?
I wanted her to move out of the house for us to deal with the affair, and I didn't want her to move out of the house and harm her children. I wanted both.
Now, another thing that you wanted is we wanted Arielle to quit her job, right?
That's right.
And this is the remote worker job that she was able to find on Maui, correct?
Yes,
There are no nuclear power plants on Maui, right?
that's correct.
So if Arielle wanted to stay in her career and advance her career, she had to work remotely, right?
That's correct.
If you were to stay on Maui, right?
Yes.
And once Arielle quit her job, as was your plan, she would have been 100% dependent on you and your salary, correct?
She would be dependent on our assets, which were all shared. We had a shared savings account. We had a home that was shared. We had vehicles that were shared. We had food in the house that's shared. I mean, we had a lot of things in the house, and they were all shared. We would lose her income as a family, for a short period of time. She has a very good resume. She would be able to get a job, probably within a few months. But if it took a few months, we were prepared for that.
When Arielle quit her job, as was your plan, you would be the only breadwinner, correct?
I would have the only one with a paycheck coming in while she didn't have a job. That is correct.
She would be dependent on you and your goodwill to keep a roof over her kids' heads, right?
No,
She would be dependent on you and your paycheck to keep her kids fed, right?
no,
You wanted Arielle to give up her career, correct?
no,
You wanted to make sure Arielle never had contact with Jeffrey Miller again, right?
that was my strong preference, for her to not have contact with Mr. Miller ever again.
And in order to do that, you wanted access to Arielle's phone at all times. Is
That
that
is
right?
absolutely not correct.
You actually had Arielle's phone in December 2024, isn't that right?
I wouldn't say that. Like, her phone, it's at many points in time, I had her phone in my hand. I would not characterize it the way you just did.
And you monitored her communications in December 2024 after you confronted her, isn't that right?
I, on several occasions, asked to see who she was communicating with, and she would show me. And the only time that I monitored her communications was for 48 hours when I was watching the WhatsApp messages. And most of those I was watching on my computer, not on her phone.
So today you're saying you were only monitoring her communications a little bit, right?
I don't know what you mean by a little bit. I just described to you how I was monitoring her communications.
Yesterday you testified about what you thought Arielle needed to do, isn't that right?
That's correct.
You testified that she needed to, quote, proactively give up privacy, correct?
Yes,
And you also said that she needed to be okay with giving up her privacy. Is that right?
that's right.
That's what you wanted, right?
That's what I wanted.
She didn't end up doing that, did she?
No.
And that upset you. Right?
Although she did do it. She did do it initially. She did it in San Luis Obispo, and she did it for a very short period of time in Maui, and then sporadically again in December. And honestly, she changed her behavior. So in January, February, March, she was not, like, I didn't feel like she was hiding her phone from me anymore. I didn't feel, and I knew her passcode hadn't changed. So she was doing a lot of those things.
You knew her passcode hadn't changed, right? You just said that.
That's right.
The only way to know that is by testing it, right?
No, you could also see them put in their passcode. And when somebody's sitting next to you and they're not hiding their phone, you can easily see who they're writing, what they're saying. You can easily see their passcode. And if somebody's not worried about sharing the passcode with the person sitting next to them, you're basically showing it to them, and that's what was going on.
So you watched what Arielle was doing on her phone in person, right?
Yes.
Now, another thing you mentioned yesterday is that you believed the cheating spouse needs to put in the work, right?
That's not what I said.
You testified that the cheating spouse needs to put in the work, right? You said that.
I wouldn't characterize it like that. I would not say the work. The way you're making it sound is like there's only one work to be done. The work that needs to be done to heal a relationship after any kind of issue like this involves both parties. And I was talking specifically about the part that the cheating spouse has to commit to doing. I was not saying that was the only work that needed to be done, like you're implying.
Dr. Gunnar, if we could not go into anything implied, I'm just asking you a question, okay? I'm asking you what you said.
Your Honor, he's trying to answer the questions, should be allowed to answer.
It's non-responsive.
But that was not what he's asking questions, he's answering.
Is there an objection?
My objection is to him reprimanding the witness when all he's doing is answering the question. So that's my objection.
Now, you testified, After you confronted Arielle about this affair, you wanted her to meet your physical needs, correct?
I wouldn't characterize it like that.
You wouldn't characterize it as Arielle being unwilling to meet your physical needs, would you?
I would characterize that I was in a relationship with Arielle for 8 years, and we had a physical relationship, and I had physical needs as part of that physical relationship prior to me finding out about the affair, and I had physical needs after the affair as well.
Okay. And she's a regular. We're talking about sex here, right, doctor?
No, I'm talking about physical intimacy with the person that I love the most, which includes sexual and non-sexual intimacy.
You believe that Arielle should meet your sexual needs after you confronted her about this affair, correct?
No.
You don't believe that?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Well, what do you think so far? I don't know. I'm glad to see that we have somebody in chat that is taking an opposite view of what most people are taking, and so I welcome that, because it doesn't do any good to if we're going to discuss something to only have one side all the time. Although it makes it easier. But anyway, hang on. I'm going to mute myself for just a second. I got to take. Oh, never mind. Here we go.
Dr. Konig, after you confronted Arielle, you needed her to meet your sexual needs, correct?
No.
That's your testimony today.
Yes.
Arielle stopped having sex with you on December 24th, 2024, correct?
The last time that Arielle and I had sex was on December 24th, 2024. We did not have sex after that, and we both decided not to have sex after that.
You're upset that she wouldn't have sex with you, right?
That is not true.
When Arielle didn't have sex with you, you believe she was withdrawing from the relationship. Isn't that right?
That's not true.
Arielle didn't want to have sex with you anymore. Isn't that right?
That's not true.
Arielle was unwilling to quit her job, right?
She was willing to quit her job initially, and then later she was unwilling to quit her job. That's correct.
Arielle was unwilling to give up her privacy to you forever, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Arielle was unwilling to move out of the house and away from her children, correct?
Yes.
Arielle was unwilling to have sex with you whenever you demanded it. Isn't that right?
Can you ask the question again?
Arielle was unwilling to have sex with you whenever you demanded it. Isn't that right?
I never demanded sex, so that's not right.
Now, you were 46 years old at the time this was happening, right?
That's correct.
And after you call a woman a lying bitch and a whore, it makes sense that they don't want to have sex with you, right?
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained. You still wanted Arielle to have sex with you after you called her a lying bitch, right?
We had sex in December, and that was after we had that conversation. Yes.
You were upset that Arielle was still talking to Gianna about you, right?
No.
You testified yesterday that you were upset that Gianna called you a monster, right?
I was upset. Well, that made me suspicious of how Ari was characterizing both the affair and our relationship at the time to Gianna.
And this is after you wanted to have Arielle move out of the house away from her kids, right?
Actually, this was during. At the time that she made that comment, we were in an argument where I was asking her to move out.
At the time she made that comment. Is this the argument you mentioned on December 26, 2024?
Yes.
Okay.
That went into December 27th.
The argument went into December 27th?
Yes.
Okay. So this argument happens. You're still mad, right?
And again, I wouldn't characterize my emotion as mad. Whenever we talked, I was certainly upset, but not mad.
This argument where Arielle told you that Gianna called you a monster, this is after you told her to quit her job, right?
I asked her to quit her job. I didn't tell her to quit her job. I asked her to quit her job as part of us healing from the affair at the beginning of December. I actually didn't ask her to quit her job at any point in time after that. I had asked her to give me updates on how the job search is going, but only in like probably the first couple of weeks of December. And then we never talked about it again. Like it was obvious that she wasn't looking for a job anymore. And at that point in time, we were discussing other things in the relationship. So the last time I had asked her to quit her job to help us heal from the affair was in the beginning of December.
So your testimony today is you just let this go? You just let this go about her job?
She had misstates his.
No, I did not let it go. I put a pin in it, basically. I put that issue on hold while we were dealing with other things in the relationship.
I'm going to go back in time a little bit, Dr. Konig, back to early December. You looked up somebody called Andrea Miller on LinkedIn. Is that right?
That's right.
LinkedIn is a social media site used for professional networking. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you need a specific type of account or access to a type of account to find out the email for another person, correct?
I think I don't use LinkedIn very often. So I'm not sure whose email addresses you have access to and whose you don't, without certain features of the program.
Well, on December 5th, 2024, you actually purchased what's called a Sales Navigator Core account on LinkedIn. Is that right?
Yes, I signed up for a free trial of that feature of the LinkedIn account, specifically to get access to Andrea Miller's email account or email address.
So you signed up to find Andrea Miller's email address,
Yes, I did.
right? And you found her email address, correct?
Yes,
And on December 6th, 2024, at 8:24 a.m. Hawaii time, you sent an email to Andrea Miller, correct?
I don't remember the exact date or time, but that sounds right. And yes, I did email her.
Okay, we'll put States Exhibit 108 already in evidence up onto the screen. This is the email you sent to Andrea Miller, correct?
That's correct.
You sent it on December 6, 2024 at 8:24 a.m. Is that right?
That's right.
The address too is the email address that you found from Andrea Miller from LinkedIn, correct?
Yes.
That's her work email address, right?
I don't know.
Kyndryl is a financial services company, correct?
I don't know.
In that email, you testified yesterday that the purpose of this email was simply to let Miss Miller know what's happening. Is that right?
That's correct.
And at the start of this email, that's what you do, right? You tell her about what you think about Jeff and Arielle, and you call it an inappropriate relationship, right?
Yes, that's how I describe it.
You didn't call it an affair, right?
I did not.
You didn't call it an emotional affair, right?
I did not.
You just called it inappropriate relationship.
That's right.
And then you provided her your phone number, is that right?
Yes.
You provided her your email, correct?
Yes.
And those are your contact information, so you're free to provide those things, right?
Yes.
And then you provided her with Arielle's phone number and email, correct?
That's correct.
You provided her with Arielle's cell number, is that right?
That's right.
And Arielle's personal email, correct?
Yes.
You provided that because you wanted Andrea Miller to contact Arielle, didn't you?
I just wanted her to have the option of contacting all of us and talking to all of us and getting all of the information from as many people as possible so she could make a decision about what she wanted to do with this information with her family.
The only purpose for including Arielle's contact information is so that she can contact Arielle. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And you wanted Andrea Miller to contact Arielle to yell at her, right?
That's not true.
You wanted Andrea Miller to contact Arielle to humiliate and punish Arielle. Isn't that right?
That is absolutely not true.
You offered Andrea Miller the text messages, correct?
I did. All right. I don't know if I did or not. I don't think I offered it to her. I just said
You said, I can share with you what I have
can
if
share
you
with
would
you.
like.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I did.
You also sent Miss Miller a contact request through LinkedIn directly, correct?
That's correct.
Andrea Miller never replied to your email, isn't that right?
That's right.
Andrea Miller never replied to you on LinkedIn, isn't that right?
That's right.
On December 12th, I'm sorry, I'm going to take the exhibit down. On December 12th, 2024, you ordered the first of a several series of audiobooks about affairs, correct?
I don't remember the exact date, but that sounds right.
The first book you ordered was called The State of Affairs, is that right?
That's right.
And as it states in the title, it's a book about having affairs, correct?
Yes.
2 days later, on December 14th, 2024, at 10:45 p.m., you opened a PDF file on your computer from your prior divorce proceedings. Is that right?
I have no recollection of that.
We're going to publish States 113, already in evidence. Now, you, on December 14th, 2024, opened up a PDF file called Bank of America Amex E-Statement 2015-12-24.pdf, right?
I have no recollection of this.
You have no recollection.
Hmm.
All right, well, let's zoom in on the photo. The file system last access date and time of this document was December 14th, 2024 at 10:45 p.m., correct?
I can see that. Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Let's go to the file path, Dr. Konig. This is under the username G Konig, correct?
Yes.
That's your username, right?
Yes.
Your files are contained under that username. Is that right?
Yes.
The next folder is the Dropbox folder. Is that right?
That's correct.
You use Dropbox, correct?
I do.
You have a Dropbox that has subfolders in it, correct?
Yes.
The next subfolder is called JPR. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's a subfolder that you created, correct?
Yes.
That's a subfolder that means Jessica Patella Ray. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And under Miss Ray's subfolder, or Miss Patella Ray's subfolder, you have a separate subfolder called Divorce. Isn't that right?
Yes, I created that.
You made that folder, correct?
Yes.
And in that folder, there's another folder, right?
Yes.
And that's for 2016-04 hearing. Isn't that right?
That's right.
This is a hearing about your divorce from April 2016, correct?
Yes.
And the last subfolder is supportive documents. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And in that supportive documents folder, the supportive documents are for this April 2016 hearing, correct?
Right.
These are the documents that you want to bring to your divorce hearing, right?
Yeah.
And the
It was a long
document-
time ago, but that was probably all the supporting documents that my lawyer needed for that hearing. And this was a Bank of America Amex statement from 10 years prior. So
It's a long time ago.
I have no recollection of looking at a Bank of America Amex statement from 10 years prior on this date. I don't remember doing that.
don't remember at all.
Mm-mm. And I mean, it says file system last access. I don't know if that gets triggered if like a file is copied or something like that, because I was looking through the documents when they were presented into evidence earlier in the week, and there were a few that I did not recall accessing on those times. Many I do recall accessing.
But this one
But
about
this
divorce,
is
you're
what-
saying you don't.
I don't recollect accessing that. No,
Now, on December 14th,
and I can't think of a reason why I would have.
you can't, there's no reasonable reason for you to be accessing this. Is that right?
There's no. I can't think of a reason why I was looking at a Amex statement from 10 years prior on December 14th, 2024.
This is a document that you needed to prepare for your prior divorce, correct?
Correct.
This is in the middle of December 2024, correct?
That this document was accessed?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, the very next day, we'll take this one down, and we're going to go chronologically. The very next day, on December 15th, 2024, at 8:17 a.m., you viewed a January 2022 pay stub for your wife, Arielle Konig. Is that correct?
I don't recall that, but I that sounds more plausible that I had done that. But I don't specifically recall that date and looking at that document.
Okay, we'll publish dates 125. This is the metadata, correct? Oh, I'm sorry. This is not page 1. All right, publishing page 1 of states 125. Okay. The last access date is December 15th, 2024 at 8:17 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the file path for this is looking through your 2022 taxes. Is that right?
It's ours. So we have a shared folder on Dropbox called The Big Love Party and Other Super Fun Stuff that I created when we were planning our wedding. And so this is a shared folder on Dropbox that both Ari and I have access to. And this is in the taxes folder within the shared, because I put all of our shared financial information in the shared drive that she has access to, and she put things that she wanted to share with me in it as well. And so this is in our shared taxes folder, and it's in specifically a subfolder that's for her pay stubs.
And so you wanted to look up Arielle's pay stub from January 2022, and you wanted to look that up on December 15th, 2024.
Yeah, that seems more.
The only information
More
contained in this
plausible.
document is about Arielle's pay from 1 month. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, it's simply just a pay stub telling you how much she got paid, right?
Yes.
Do you want me to go to the pay stub so you can see?
No.
We'll take the exhibit down. And you're looking at this pay stub the day after you're looking at this document from your prior divorce. Isn't that right?
No, 'cause I don't recall looking at that Amex statement.
So you just don't recall again?
I don't recall looking at that Amex statement at all.
You tell me when there's convenient break, Mr. Warner.
We're getting close. All right, we're going to keep going forward in time. December 18th, 2024 now. You purchased your second audiobook. Is that right?
I think you've already mentioned 2. Isn't this the 3rd then? I mean, I don't remember. I purchased many audiobooks, but I think we've already talked about 2.
So far, we've talked about the state of affairs. Is that right?
That's right.
Which other book?
Oh, okay. Okay. So this must be the second one. I don't remember which order they're in, but I know I purchased multiple.
Let's just put up the exhibit so we're not confused about the order, okay?
Okay.
States 106. All right, publishing page 2. Okay. This book you purchased on December 18th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And this book is called After the Affair, the third edition, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the same day, you published or you purchased the third book, correct? We'll go to page 3. This one you bought on December 18th, 2024 at 11:48 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And this is the one you mentioned in your testimony yesterday, How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair, correct?
That's correct. There was 2 books with the same title actually that we both listened to.
Got it. So there's actually a second book with the exact same title, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that book's on page 4 of this exhibit, correct?
That's it. Yep.
Okay, and you purchased these on the same day, although you purchased the second one later in the afternoon at around 2 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it looks like. Yep.
2 books with exactly the same name, right?
Yes.
That could get confusing if you want to talk about them, right?
Yes.
I'll take the exhibit down. This book, How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair. That's directed at the wayward partner, correct?
Yes.
It's directions on the cheating person that they have to follow, correct?
Well, I mean, it goes into everything that needs to be done, but and it does it in a way that it explains why those things need to be done. So it was very helpful for me to read as well, because I understood all that needed to be done to kind of fix the relationship. And it does talk about some things that the other spouse has to do as well, but it's primarily focused on what the cheating spouse has to do.
So in your mind, this book is primarily geared towards Arielle, but you just wanted to read it too, correct?
No, like I said, the book describes very well what needs to happen after an affair, and the vast majority of what needs to be done in the initial stages is by the cheating spouse, but it does go into what the other person has to do, and it's geared for both partners. The title is How to Help Your Spouse Heal from the Affair, but the contents of the book is for both parties.
And this book is where you got these terms or these things you told us yesterday that you believed Arielle needed to do, correct?
This is one of the books that I used. Yeah.
This is where you, I guess you had the idea that she should quit her job before you read this book, right?
That's right.
Okay. But this book supported that idea for you, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And this book, again, as you just talked about, is the one that got that idea that the cheating spouse needs to put in work, right?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
This book also helped you with that idea that the cheating spouse needs to put in work. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is, again, the book that supports your idea that the cheating spouse needs to give up their privacy, right?
Proactively give up privacy as part of the healing process for a period of time. Yes.
We're moving forward a couple days, so now would be a good time for recess.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a good 10-minute recess. Come back at 11:40. We'll go until 12:30.
All right.
Hey guys, I'm just trying to find a better, there we go. I think that's a little better. That's a little better right there. I don't know. What do you think? He sounded like he was getting kind of irritated, but he kind of kept his cool. You know, I think, and I'm just kind of listening while I'm doing other work. I'm not like hyper paying attention. But what I'm hearing is, okay, maybe there's some explanations here, but they haven't got into the meat and potatoes of this yet. And yeah, like DMAC said, according to his wife Arielle, he had a syringe with him. And I guess she knocked it out of his hand and they never were able to find it. Again, that was on the hike. If you've just joined us, this is the trial of Dr. Gerhardt Konig. He is an anesthesiologist, and he is accused of taking his wife, going on a beautiful hike in Hawaii, and trying to throw her off a cliff. She was able to fight back. He got on top of her and was beating her with a rock, and he had a syringe because he's an anesthesiologist, so he could shoot her up with something. Anyway, some other hikers heard her, came to her rescue, and this is where we're at now. Now, he took the stand yesterday to tell his side of the story, and he claims that Arielle is the one that attacked him, that Arielle had a hold of his yahoos, and that's why he couldn't get away from her, and that's why he had to start beating her with a rock. And I think what was it, detective's daughter who kept count? I think they mentioned testicles 12 times yesterday. So if anybody wants to volunteer when we get to that point to keep count, we should do a drinking game, but I don't drink, so but I think it would be fun if I did. We could all take a little shot of booze every time they use that word. Anyway, this is and she did have an affair. It happens. Doesn't mean that the man's a killer. And we do have somebody in chat, and I appreciate, Barbara, I appreciate you, because you're basically arguing the other side and you're doing it alone. So, and again, I appreciate our mad chatters being polite and not being rude and trying to, argue with you and push you out. No, we welcome other, the other side. We really do. But my opinion, the man's a dirtbag. He's a scumbag. They'll be able to prove that he was very controlling. And I have no doubt that it went down how she said it did. Now, keep in mind, they called his son to the stand, because while he was on that mountain, he called his son, after this was all over, called his son, admitted that he tried to kill her and that he was going to kill himself. And first of all, right there, that's a crappy thing to do to your 14, 15-year-old kid. Oh, that makes me so mad. But he tried to explain it away yesterday, saying that his son misunderstood, misheard. He was talking about killing, but it wasn't that he was killing her. It was very convoluted, very, very convoluted. So, oh, here's something interesting. If you follow the Blake Lively case, this just came across from News Nation. Judge tosses much of Blake Lively's suit against Justin Baldoni. Let me just read this to you really quickly. Blake Lively's sexual harassment claim against her It Ends With Us co-star Justin Baldoni were tossed out today through a judge, and though a judge said she can still pursue a portion of her lawsuit against Baldoni and the production company, Judge Lewis Lyman's ruling in New York could signal the end of a major Hollywood legal feud that has dragged on for more than a year and generated headlines, many of them unflattering or salacious. So here's the scoop. In December of 2024, the 38-year-old Lively sued Baldoni and his production studio, seeking damages for alleged harassment, defamation, and invasion of privacy stemming from their time working on the domestic drama It Ends With Us. Baldoni, 42, countersued Lively and her husband, Deadpool franchise star Ryan Reynolds, but the judge dismissed those claims last year. Lewis said Lively may pursue a retaliation claim against the studio, as well as a contract claim and an aiding and abetting claim against various defendants. Released in August of 2024, It Ends With Us became a surprise box office success, but that was soon overshadowed by the allegations Baldoni and Lively leveled at each other. And that's pretty much it right there. And that's from News Nation. I'll put this link in chat. So here we go. Yeah, Stephanie Ferraro, the little bit that I have looked into the Blake Lively Baldoni situation, I didn't feel like she was telling the truth. And again, I have to admit, I haven't like delved into it deeply. So it's hard to say, but that's kind of how I felt. So let's see. At 78SR, this is a good one. Raise your hand if you've ever gotten to know a narcissist, sociopath, psychopath. Ding, 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 ding. Here, right here. Lots of them, unfortunately. Yeah. So. Joe So says, I was married to a narcissist. Yeah, I'm dealing with somebody that, I mean, again, certainly can't diagnose anybody, but boy, they seem like they're a narcissist right now. Hi, Lila. Good to see you. Just call me Kim Pieces. I dated one. Yes, Chipmunk, you're right. Unfortunately, a lot of us have that in common here. And what makes a psychopath or a sociopath? Nature, nurture. Is it one or the other, or is it both? We could argue that all day and all night, too. So let's see here. Hello, Not Jello. Just going to go up here and see if I've missed anybody. Hello. What's that one? Where is it? Where'd it go? Mark my words. Good to see you. Truth be told, I'm glad you're here. And if I missed your name, please forgive me. Marasi Chan, hello. Oh, yeah. The behavior panel is going to have fun with this. Yeah, you're right. I like the behavior panel. Angela Conley, just call me Kim P. Wendy Wobbles, good to see you. Nell Campbell, Michelle Adamson, Robert Chinnery, hello. Again, if I missed your name, please forgive me. I want to put in chat a link to the discussion forum, websleuths.com. It is really, granted, I manage it, so I'm a little biased, but it is really the best place to go if you want to discuss true crime via your keyboard. And it's open 24/7, and we have great moderators there. People can't bully, they can't put up, crazy theories. They have to put up, if they put up a fact, if they present something at fact on websleuths.com, they have to back it up with an approved link. You can put your opinion up as long as it's not some wacky psycho crap, which can happen, as we know. But when they break for lunch, I'm going to play you this great new video from Othram. You guys are going to love it. It's all about DNA. But let me get this link at where the heck did it go? Oh, this makes me crazy when I lose my links. Maybe it's in my... Okay, well, I got to find it again. I've got to find it again. Here we go. On trial. And I'll just put, this is the link to the last page of the discussion. 74 pages, 20 posts on a page. Oh, here we go.
All 4 counsel of record are present. All jurors have acted in court. Mr. Gerhardt, can we continue on with the cross-examination?
All right, Dr. Konig, the last question I asked you was about December 18th. Now I'm going to move forward a couple days to December 21. Okay?
Okay.
On December 21st, I'm sorry, I'm going to publish December 21st, 2024 at 2:49 p.m. You opened a PDF file on your computer that was a November 2022 retirement account statement for Arielle. Is that right?
I don't recall doing that specifically, but that sounds like something I would do. Yes.
That sounds like something you would do, is what you just said?
Yes.
And as of November 2022, Arielle had a retirement account, correct?
Yes.
And that retirement account, again, as of 2022, was valued at $191,439, correct?
I don't remember that exact number, but that sounds about right.
Was that number
Is this-
accurate?
Yeah. Yes.
And in November 2022, you were the primary beneficiary of that account, correct?
That's correct.
That means that if anything happened to Arielle, you would get that money, right?
Yes.
I'm going to publish States Exhibit 125, page 7, or page 3. This is the metadata for the account that you accessed on, or for the document you accessed on December 21st, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and this is the Westinghouse November 2022 statement, correct?
Yes.
And this is the first page of the statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the top right, it says total value of the account, $191,439, correct?
That's correct.
Take that down. December 24th, 2024, at 3:36 a.m., you accessed a document from 2018 on your computer, correct?
I don't recall that.
I'm going to publish dates 125 at page 7. On December 24th, 2024, at 3:36 a.m., you accessed a PDF, correct?
I have no recollection of accessing this. This is a document that talks about.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, the last access date and time from this metadata is December 24th, 2024 at 3:36 a.m. Correct, doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And the file is located in a folder called pit or Dropbox/RE/pit tuition benefits, correct?
That's correct.
And the specific document discusses the tuition that paid for Arielle's master's degree, correct?
I don't. That's part of it. Until I see the document, I can't tell exactly what it is, but I think it talks about, because I was
Go to page 8.
Well, can you let him finish? Go ahead.
I was an employee of University of Pittsburgh, and through that we got some benefits that helped pay for her MBA that she was doing at University of Pittsburgh.
So that's just what I asked, right?
Well, is there a question? What's the next question?
That is the question. Is that what I just asked?
Can you remind me what you just asked?
I asked if the document was about how the education benefits from Pittsburgh that paid for Arielle's graduate degree.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now I actually have the document on the screen, right?
Yes.
And your benefits from working at Pittsburgh, at the University of Pittsburgh, paid for Arielle's education, correct?
Not completely. It defrayed some of the costs.
And this document is how you started that process to get parts of her master's degree paid for, correct?
Yes, that's the application form, I believe.
The title of this document is Request for Education Benefits Form for a Spouse/Domestic Partner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you were looking at this document at 3:36 a.m. on December 24th, correct?
I have no recollection of looking at this document in December. I don't know why I would be doing it at 3:36 a.m.
Okay. And December 24th, obviously Christmas Eve, correct?
Christmas Eve, like Christmas Eve morning.
It's the middle of the night.
Middle of the night, right?
Yes, right?
Yes.
3:36 a.m. and you have no idea why you would be looking at this document, right?
No.
You have no idea why you would be looking up the benefits that Arielle got from your job, right?
Right.
On December 24th, 2024, at 3:36 in the morning, you were upset about this emotional affair, correct?
No,
You were
I was
thinking
probably sleeping.
that you paid for Arielle's education and this is how she repays you, right?
No.
So your testimony today is that you were not thinking that.
Yes.
Your testimony today is you have no idea why you were looking at these benefits, right?
Yeah, I don't remember looking at this, and I don't remember the reason, if I did.
And you testified you have no idea why you would have looked at it in the first place. Is that right?
Not at this time, no.
All right, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 105. I'll make sure we start at page 1. All right, publishing States 105 at page 1. This exhibit is your Reddit internet history, correct, Dr. Konig?
Yes.
This is from December 24th, 2024 at 4:34 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And you're looking at a website or a web page titled Lying Again. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that sounds possible.
This is less than an hour after you're looking at those education benefits. Isn't that right?
It's an hour after the timestamp, but I don't recall looking at that tuition benefit. But I do recall being on Reddit in December, and I can't remember exactly when and where. But maybe I was up at 4:30. That sounds plausible.
That sounds plausible.
Yes.
All right. Later that day, so we're still on Christmas Eve, at 12:49 p.m., you emailed yourself 3 separate files, correct?
I don't recall.
12:49 p.m., Christmas Eve, you emailed yourself 3 files, all related to Jeff Miller. Isn't that right?
I don't recall.
We'll publish dates 119, the first page. On December 24th, 2024 at 12:26 p.m., you sent an email from your gkonig@proinbox.com email to the same email address with an attachment called WhatsApp chat jeffmiller.zip, correct?
Yes.
And then we're going to publish states 120, the first page, the metadata. At 12:20 p.m. on the same day, Christmas Eve, you sent yourself WhatsApp chat jeffmiller2.zip, correct?
That's correct.
And states 121 with the metadata page, the first page. On the same date, December 24th, 2024 at 12:20 p.m., you sent a third email to yourself, right?
That's correct.
And this was with WhatsApp chat jeffmiller3.zip. Is that right?
Yes.
So going through our timeline on Christmas Eve, 3:36 in the morning, document about Arielle's financial benefits from your job, correct? That's what's being opened on your computer.
Yes.
4:34 a.m., you start your Reddit search about lying again, correct?
I don't know if I started it but I was looking at that thread at 4:34 p.m.
12:20 p.m., you send yourself these emails, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that on December 24th, 2024, you were thinking about this affair, correct?
Yes.
You were upset about this affair, correct?
I was hurt and confused and a lot of things. And I was probably upset too. Yes.
Okay. We'll move on to Christmas, Dr. Konig. We're going to publish now States Exhibit 105 at page 6. Okay, now it's on the screen. At 3:23 a.m. on December 25th, 2024, you go back to that Reddit website, correct?
Yes.
This is Christmas now, right?
Yes.
Christmas Day, 3:23 a.m. You're on Reddit, right?
Yes.
And you look at Reddit around that time, 3:30 a.m. for a couple different posts, right?
I don't remember, but that sounds possible. Yeah.
And then later in the day, the afternoon now at 2:16 p.m., you go back and look at another Reddit post on the same subreddit, correct?
I don't recall the exact date and time, but that sounds plausible. Yes.
On December 25th, 2024, at 2:19 p.m., you went to a Reddit page with a post titled, "Can't have physical relationship with WP anymore." Isn't that correct?
I don't recall, but it sounds plausible.
We're going to publish dates 105, page number 20. This is that page you visited at 2:19 p.m. on Christmas, correct?
Yes.
And the title of that page is "Can't Have Physical Relationship with WP Anymore," correct?
Yes.
WP is wayward partner. Is that right?
Yes.
And in your relationship, in your mind, the wayward partner is Arielle. Is
That's
that right?
correct.
So you're thinking about the physical relationship at this time, correct?
That's one of the things, yeah, that I was thinking about and reading about.
Just a few minutes later, you search a term on Reddit called Darvo, correct?
I don't recall when I did that, but I do recall searching for that term. Yes.
We'll publish 105 at page 24. This is that search, isn't that right, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And this is not a specific post about the word Darvo. This is actually a search for information about the word Darvo, correct?
That's correct.
And you know what that acronym means, right?
Yes.
The D stands for deny, right?
Yes.
The A stands for attack, correct?
Yes.
And the RVO are all connected together and they mean reverse, victim, and offender. Is that right?
That's right.
So in order to use that strategy first, the accused will deny the accusation, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you ask that in a different way or clarify?
The first step under the D in deny means the accused will deny the accusation, correct?
I mean, Darvo refers to a thing that
Objection, non-responsive.
He's answering a question.
Objection sustained.
Can you ask the question one more time?
The D in Darvo,
Stands for deny.
and the first step is, or that means that the person accused will deny the accusation, correct?
That's correct.
The A stands for attack, right?
Right?
And that step is the person accused will attack the accuser's credibility. Is that right?
It stands for attacking the accuser in many different ways, not just their credibility. But that's one of the ways in which they could be attacked. Yes.
So you can attack credibility, right?
Yes.
You can attack them in other ways, correct?
That's right.
You can attack them with irrelevant information, right?
Lots of different things.
Lots of different ways you can do the attack, right?
That's correct.
And the last section of Darvo, the RVO, again stands for reverse, victim, and offender.
Right. Yes.
And that's when the perpetrator portrays themselves as the victim, correct?
That's right.
Darvo is a tactic used by individuals or institutions to deflect blame and responsibility for harmful actions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to move on to the next day, Doctor. December 26, 2024, at 6:47 a.m., you reviewed your 2018 tax notes. Is that correct?
I don't recall that specifically, but that sounds plausible.
I'm going to publish the metadata page, so the first page of States Exhibit 114. Okay, we can look at the screen, Doctor.
Yes.
On December 26, 2024 at 6:47 a.m., you accessed a document called 2018 Taxes GK Notes,
Yes.
correct? This document is your notes about the taxes you paid in 2018, correct?
It's the document that I create that has all the information that I give to our accountant to help them do our taxes. So I make a document every year, and for the next year I copy and paste the previous year's document, and then I just change the information and send it to them. Yes. So it does have how much we paid in taxes, but it also has a bunch of other stuff in there.
And you said then for the next year, each year you'll copy and paste the last year because obviously you just want to use the most recent year, correct?
That's right.
But the day after Christmas, you're looking at your notes from 2018, correct?
Seems so, yes.
And in those notes, you discuss, or you have the information, how much child support you paid in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
You have how much alimony you paid in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
You paid about $29,000 a year in child support in 2018, correct?
That's right.
You paid about $6,000 in alimony in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And this was to your ex-wife, Jessica Patella-Ray. Is that right?
That's right.
Dr. Konig, this is 2018 money we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Inflation has clearly gone crazy since 2018, right?
That's right.
So in 2024 dollars, that'd be quite a lot more, right?
It would be more. I'm not sure how much more. And actually, I don't know. Child support is a calculation, so I'm not sure if, but yeah, I'm sure they make adjustments for inflation.
How much money were you making in 2018 again?
Probably 350,000.
So you were making less money than you made in 2024, correct?
About the same, actually. I took a significant pay cut when I moved to Maui.
Dr. Konig, isn't it true that these tax notes that you have say you actually made $446,000 in 2018?
If whatever's on the tax notes is accurate, so if I said 350, then I misspoke.
Okay.
What was the final number?
I'll publish the exhibit now, and this is page 2 of the exhibit. Okay. So you made $446,000 in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. While we're talking about December 26th, we do need to follow up, Dr. Konig, because you mentioned that you had a big fight with Arielle on that day, correct?
That's correct.
The same day you're looking up your tax documents with your alimony and child support, you get into a fight with Arielle. Is that right?
The same day that I look at the tax documents that has a lot of information on it, including the alimony and child support, I get into a fight with Arielle. That's correct.
And given the fact that you looked at these tax documents at 6:47 a.m., the fight was after that, correct?
Yes.
The fight was during the daytime, correct?
It was at night.
So the night of December 26th, you get into this fight with Arielle, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the second time in this fight that you tell Arielle to move out, right?
It's the second time that I ask her to move out if she doesn't take accountability for the affair. That's correct.
It's the second time that you ask Arielle to leave her 18-month-old, right?
That's correct.
It's the second time that you ask her to leave her 4-year-old, right?
Well, that's not correct. I wasn't asking her to leave the children. She would move 200 yards down the street to her parents' house and see the children as often as she wanted to, but she would not be physically living in our house anymore. So that is not correct. I did not ask her to leave the children.
So you have this fight with Arielle on the night of December 26th, correct?
Yes.
And then On the morning of December 27th at 6:34 a.m., you look at Arielle's pay stub again, correct?
I don't recall that specifically, but it's the end of the year. I was probably looking at a bunch of tax documents and financial things. And I always get up early because I have to get up early for work. So that sounds very plausible.
It was the end of the year and you wanted to look at tax documents. Is that what you just said?
That's all I can think of why I was looking at these documents then is end of year finances.
So it's 2024, right?
Yes,
The end of 2024, you want to start preparing your taxes for the year, right?
that's correct.
And you decide that the best way to prepare for your taxes of the year 2024, we're going to publish dates 125 at page 10. The best way to prepare for your taxes in 2024 is to look at how much money Arielle made in the month of January 2022.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
This document has nothing to do with how much money you'd pay in taxes in 2024, correct?
That's correct.
The same date, December 27th, 2024, you order a hidden voice recorder, correct?
That's right.
So the day after your fight with Arielle, right?
And the morning, and we were fighting that morning as well. So the same day.
You fought in the morning of the 27th as well?
That's right.
The same day that happens, you buy this hidden voice recorder, correct?
That's right.
You buy it from Walmart.com, right?
Yes.
And the device was advertised as a, quote, hidden voice recorder, correct?
Yes.
It was also advertised as a spy device, right?
Yes.
The recorder had a magnet on the back, correct?
Yes.
And that magnet made it so it'd be easier to hide, right?
Magnet made it so you can attach it to magnetic objects.
You could put it underneath the desk if the desk was metal, right?
You could do that
You could put it behind a fridge if you wanted to, right?
if it's the right metal. Yes.
And you testified yesterday that your purpose with this device was to secretly record Arielle, correct?
That's correct.
This device would also work just as well to leave in her home office. Isn't that correct?
You could, yeah, you could leave it. You could leave it wherever you want to leave it.
You could leave it in her home office to test out whether she was still talking to Jeff Miller, correct?
You could.
And on the same day, December 27th at 9:15 a.m., you looked into the WhatsApp login portal on your laptop. Is that right?
I'm sorry. Can what time did you say?
9:15 a.m. You logged into the WhatsApp login portal from your laptop, correct?
That sounds plausible. Yes.
So as you're having this fight with Arielle in the morning, 9:15 around then, you log into WhatsApp, right?
Yes.
You want to find out who she's been talking to, what she's been saying, right?
No. I was logging into my WhatsApp.
You want to
At
find
that
out
point in
if Arielle's
time,
still... Sorry.
I don't finish.
at that point in time, I was not logged into her WhatsApp on my computer any longer, and I was using WhatsApp for my work, and I was logging into my WhatsApp.
So your testimony is that immediately after having this fight, same day you're ordering this recorder to spy on Arielle, that you're logging into WhatsApp for other purposes.
Yes.
And on December 27, 2024, you order another audiobook. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
You order an audiobook called Getting the Love You Want, right?
Oh yes, I do. Yes.
Let's walk us through December 27th again, Doctor. In the morning, 6:47 a.m. Sorry, let me get the time correct. In the morning at 6:34 a.m., you look at Arielle's January 2022 pay stub, correct?
Asked and answered. Going through it again. You just went through it.
Yes.
Yes. Is that the answer to my question?
I'm sorry. Can you ask the question again?
Okay, we're going to review December 27th, 2024, okay? So 6:34 a.m., you look at Arielle's old tax document.
Asked and answered. Just went through this.
He didn't answer.
About 8 minutes ago, we went through this.
Please answer no.
Yes.
You looked at her, or you also got into a fight with her that morning.
We continued an argument from the previous night.
Same day you order the hidden voice recorder.
Yes.
Same day you log into WhatsApp.
Yes.
That's answered.
And same day you order this next audiobook, correct?
Yes.
Moving on now to December 29th, 2024. You looked up your wife's Facebook profile, correct?
Excuse me. I don't recall that specifically, but I probably did.
And you specifically went to her friends list, isn't that right?
Again, I don't recall that specifically, but I probably did.
Now, on December 30th, 2024, we're moving closer to New Year's, right?
Yes.
And on December 30th, 2024, you searched LinkedIn again for Andrea Miller, correct?
I don't recall doing that
You don't
on a
recall?
specific day, but I do recall looking her up again later in December.
We'll publish Dates Exhibit 109 at page 4. You looked up Andrea Miller on LinkedIn on December 30th, 2024 at 6:49 a.m., correct?
Yes. I looked at her contact info.
She still hadn't replied to your email, right?
That's right.
She never called Arielle at her, right?
She never called Andrea to do anything, as far as I know. Actually, she might have to tell me, but as far as I know, Andrea never called Andrea.
And then after searching for Andrea on LinkedIn this morning, you canceled your LinkedIn Sales Navigator Core account, correct?
That sounds right. I had to cancel it within 30 days. And so I probably went in LinkedIn to cancel the account and then also clicked on Andrea's profile.
This is page 5. This is the email confirming your cancellation, correct?
Yes.
So, and this is at 6:56 a.m., is that right?
That's right.
Okay, so you look up her email and then you cancel. You look up her account and then you cancel, correct?
Yes.
And you say you cancel because you didn't want to pay the fee, is that right?
That's right. The only reason I signed up for that feature of the LinkedIn account was to be able to get Andrea Miller's contact info.
If you hadn't canceled it, it's in the realm of somewhere about $100 a month, is that right?
It's expensive.
So you got what you wanted, so you were done.
That's right.
And on that same day, December 30th, you also purchased a new audiobook, is that right?
I don't recall.
You purchased an audiobook called Not Just Friends on December 30th, 2024, is that right?
I do recall purchasing that book. I'm not sure of the exact date, but that sounds like the right time frame, yes.
And then on the same day, December 30th at 7:29 p.m., you open up a spreadsheet on your computer, correct?
Probably. I work with spreadsheets very, very frequently.
On that date at 7:29 p.m., you opened a spreadsheet about your and Arielle's wedding. Is that right?
I don't recall, but that sounds plausible, yes.
And in that spreadsheet, there was information about the wedding, correct?
There's a lot of information in the spreadsheet.
There's a guest list, right?
Good guest list.
There was
Yes.
Tasks for you and Arielle to do to prepare, correct?
Yes.
And there was the cost.
And a lot of other stuff.
There was the cost there, correct?
The cost was there too, yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Moving on now to December 31st. December 31st is Christmas Eve, right? I'm sorry, New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Okay, New Year's Eve, 8:38 p.m., you accessed a PDF file on your computer from that JPR divorce folder. Is that correct?
I don't recall doing that at all.
You don't recall?
No.
We'll go to States 113. We'll publish page 2. So, on December 31st, 2024, you can see the exhibit, right, Doctor?
Yeah.
On December 31st, 2024 at 8:38 p.m. on your computer, this document was opened up, correct?
Again, I don't recall opening up this document. I can't think of a reason why I would have opened up this document. Again, it's a credit card statement from 2016 that was part of the hearing on the divorce, but it's not even actually it's not even the document for the divorce hearing. It's just one of the credit card statements. And I have no recollection of opening this document at that time and don't know why I did that. Or if I did it. And that's what I'm saying, because it says file system last access. Like, so does that get triggered when something other than just opening the document happens? Because I don't recall opening up this document at all.
You said a lot
At
of
that
words there,
time.
but at the end of the day, you don't recall, correct?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
This document is in that same folder we talked about earlier, correct?
Yes,
This is supportive documents for your 2016 divorce hearing, correct?
that's correct.
And these are the kind of documents that you want to have to present in the hearing, correct?
That's correct.
They're financial documents that are relevant to a divorce, right?
That's right.
And this one's actually a bank statement about not yourself, correct?
It's a bank statement that was a credit card that was actually in my father's name during that time period. But we were I'm trying to recall exactly. I think we had used it to transfer like a credit card balance that we had onto his credit card, because they were offering like a no interest, no payments for whatever, and we were using that to pay off this credit card. I was using it to pay off my credit card debt at a more favorable or zero interest rate. But yeah, that was a credit card in my dad's name.
So you included this document in your divorce hearing folder because it was relevant to your divorce, right?
That's correct.
Now, at 8:38 p.m. on New Year's Eve, you also looked up a March 2022 pay stub for Arielle Konig, correct?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
At 8:38 p.m., the same time, on December 31st, 2024, the same date, you also looked up a March 2022 pay stub for Arielle Konig. Is that right?
I don't recall doing that specifically, but that sounds plausible. Yes.
We're going to publish dates 1, 2, 5, page 11. All right. Dr. Konig, this is the metadata for that document, correct?
Yes, this is the data for that document. Yes.
Okay. And the last access date and time is December 31st, 2024 at 8:38 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And this document is not in the taxes folder, is that right?
Right, it just makes no sense that I access this document out of that folder.
Dr. Konig, that's not the question.
Yes. What was the question?
This document is not in the taxes folder,
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay. And again, there's no real reason to be accessing this document, correct?
There's no reason that I can think of accessing this document out of that folder. I can think of a reason why I was looking at her taxes potentially at the end of the year, but I don't know why I would have never gone to that folder to look for her tax documents, because I have a tax document folder that has all of her tax stuff in it.
And again, the document we're talking about is literally just a pay stub for 1 month, right?
That's right.
It's the only information in that document is how much Arielle got paid in March 2022, right?
Right.
No relevance to taxes in the year 2024, correct?
That's right.
She's not even at the same job at this point, right?
That's right.
So at the same time, the data from your computer shows opening up divorce-related documents as well as an old pay stub for Arielle, correct?
That's correct.
How much each person gets paid is very relevant in divorce, right, Dr. Konig?
That's correct.
And again, this is all 8:38 p.m. on New Year's Eve, right?
That's correct.
Now, January 3rd, 2025, moving forward a couple days, you save a file on your computer with an Excel spreadsheet that has the chats between Arielle Konig and Jeff Miller. Is that right?
I don't remember the exact date and time, but I did have a spreadsheet like that, yes.
You had a spreadsheet that was essentially the entire chats that they had, correct?
Yes.
And you saved that in January 2025, correct?
I don't remember the exact date. I thought I did that in December. I know I created the file in December.
Okay, well, published date's 139, and you created the file on December 24th, 2024, correct?
That sounds more reasonable.
Okay. You accessed the file on January 3rd, 2025, correct?
It looks like it, yes.
So it's safe to say that on January 3rd, you're still thinking about these messages, right?
Oh, absolutely.
They're still in your mind a lot, right?
Definitely.
You're still upset?
I'm still thinking about the affair.
It's hard to get off your mind, right?
I'm still thinking about the affair.
You're thinking about it a lot, right?
I'm thinking about it often, yes.
It's hard to stop thinking about it, isn't it?
No, at that point in time, I could stop thinking about it and I was functioning just fine.
So you say that in January 2025, you were okay to stop thinking about it when you needed to, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. On January 7th, 2025, you purchased another audiobook, correct?
I don't recall.
We'll put States Exhibit 106 up on the screen. And this is going to be page 6 of 7. On January 7th, 2025, you purchased an audiobook called Not Just Friends, correct?
I thought we said that I purchased that on the 30th.
January 7th, 2025. You purchased this audiobook, correct?
Yes.
And on January 7th, 2025, again, the title was Not, and it's getting little half quotes, Just Friends, right?
Isn't that the same book that we said I purchased on the 30th?
Dr. Konig, you weren't asked about any books on the 30th of December,
Okay.
were you?
I'm sorry. We've been talking about a lot of books and a lot of dates, but I agree. I purchased that book on the 7th.
So you agree you purchased this book on January 7th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, when you purchased this book, you were still thinking about the affair, right?
Yes.
It was still on your mind, right?
Yes.
And you actually purchased this book, I'll zoom in on the email time, at 4:32 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So at 4:32 a.m., January 7th, you're still thinking about this, right?
Yes.
The same day, January 7th, 2025, at 6:59 a.m., you go back into your JPR, Jesse Patella Ray divorce folder, correct?
I have no recollection of going into the divorce folders from my previous divorce during this time.
Again, no recollection.
No recollection.
We're going to publish dates 113 at page 3. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
All right. So this is a file name 2012 412 Ghent plane ticks, correct?
Yes.
The document we're talking about is a plane ticket to go to the city of Ghent in Belgium, correct?
Yes.
And that's a trip that you and Jesse Patella Ray took together, right?
Yes.
And as the metadata shows, the last access date and time, January 7th, 2025 at 6:59 a.m., correct?
Yes.
This one is not in the supportive documents folder, though, is it correct? Is it?
No, it's in the same hearing folder, but it's a folder called Jesse Lived Extravagant Life.
Jesse being the woman you were divorcing at the time, correct?
Yes,
You made a folder called Jesse Lived an Extravagant Life, right?
that's correct.
You were a little bitter at the time you made this, right?
I was feeling a lot of emotions, I guess. I was mostly happy that I was getting divorced. At that time, we had, separated, and we were both at that time. She was ready to get remarried, actually,
And this
and
folder-
I was moving on, and I wasn't really feeling better. But the folder name is descriptive of what's in it, not of my feelings at the time, I guess I would say.
You made the name on the folder, right?
Yes,
And you say it's descriptive of the documents inside, correct?
that's correct.
So that means the documents inside are your evidence of how extravagant your ex-wife's life was, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Konig, isn't it true that this trip in 2012 to Ghent, you went with Ms. Patelleray?
Yes,
You guys went on that trip together, right?
yes,
And it's in the Jesse lived extravagant life folder, correct?
yes.
Before I move on to the next date, do you want to take the break or no?
Of course. You can go up to 12:30 if you just want to let's take the break, unless we should take it now.
The next group has quite a lot.
We'll take over now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back at 1:30. We'll continue on. Leave your notebooks on the chair. We'll talk to everybody about this case. Keep an open mind. Do not try to learn about this case outside. Have a good night. All right.
Yes, I'm up. Thank you.
Hey, it's dead air.
I know. I'm here. I'm here. I'm on.
Okay, love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Sorry, guys. I told him, I said, okay, now if court ends and I'm not there, call me. Call me. So everyone's calling me. Sorry, guys. I had to take care of some other stuff. So hold on. God, turn it off. What the hell? I can't get this damn thing to turn off. There. Okay. Anyway. Okay. So let's get going here. What y'all think? You think he is, how do you do? I didn't get to see it. I didn't get to see about the last like 20 minutes. So, yes. I don't think, I think he's doing it for what he has to do. I think he's doing pretty good, you know, considering how flipping guilty he is. So, just call me Kim P. Creepy McCreep Show. Yeah. Creepy McCreepson. Creeperson. You know, I don't know how long they dated before they were married. That's a good question. When did he start showing his true colors? I think is the question there. So, can somebody tell me, is that lunch? Are they going to lunch? Is that what's happening? Anyone? Bueller? Okay, they're going to lunch. Good. So we got an hour. Very, very good. Okay. I think the one person that was kind of defending him, Barbara, I think she left. But, you know, nobody was being rude to her in chat. It's when you take an unpopular position, you got to be prepared to absolutely 100% defend it. And it's hard to defend sometimes when it's unpopular. So hang on here. Let me just check something. There we go. Let's see here. Ooh. Okay. How about let's talk about Leticia Stauch. In case you haven't heard, Leticia was convicted of murdering her stepson Gannon. And sorry guys, let me turn this off here. Let me just had all my alarms and everything all set, ready to go. And there we go. Anyway, she was convicted of killing Gannon, her stepson. And she was a horrible stepmother, by the way, just awful. And just the evil stepmother that you would think she would be. And today we got word from an appeals court that 2 out of the 3 judges agreed that she should get a new trial. Why? Because there was somebody on her jury whose son-in-law worked in the DA's office. And they knew it. It was brought up during trial, from what I understand. So the 2 out of the 3 judges on the Colorado Court of Appeals said, yep, we are going to give her a new trial, which is pretty shocking. Sorry, I'm just getting caught up here. Yeah, I'm looking on Websleuths.com. I'm going to put this link in chat so everybody can see it. Our members on Websleuths.com are discussing this as well. And we'll get back to Konig in his testimony in just a minute, but I do want to update you on what's happening with Leticia Stauch. You guys, this is horrible. But our justice system is based on making sure There are no issues with the jury. And I don't know why they didn't excuse this juror when they found out that their son-in-law worked in the DA's office. Now, again, maybe they didn't talk to the son-in-law. Maybe the son-in-law wasn't a part of their life. Maybe they didn't see them but once a year and on a Christmas. It is the impression of impropriety. It's the look of impropriety. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. So anyway. Yeah, it's gonna, and they're gonna, I'm sure they're gonna retry her unless, let me ask you this. What if they were to offer her life, but that she has a chance at parole when she reaches, 80? Would you go for that? I would hope they would ask Gannon's loved ones, because I don't want to see them go through another trial. Yeah, I mean, do you remember what an absolute cluster it was? She's a lunatic. Okay. In fact, you know what? Let's see. Kimpy says, never let her out. I know. I just feel so bad for the family. Angela Conley, that's a good question. Can they appeal this appeal? I don't think so. I don't think so. But I don't know. Does anybody in chat know? I'm not sure, to be honest. So. I know. And we'll get back to Konig here in just a minute. But I want to try and find something here. Sorry, guys. While you were watching the trial, I was doing a bunch of other stuff. So I didn't have a chance to get all the things that I needed. But hang on here. I want to find this interview. Did you guys hear that? Did you hear that go by, that car? I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. Let's see. There was an interview that Leticia did, and it was just horrible. She was saying that she was going to make everybody apologize to her when she was found not guilty. And I was trying to find that the other day, and I couldn't find it. I hope they didn't pull it down. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Anyway, you guys want to see that interview real quick with Leticia? Moonlit View says she hasn't a prayer. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Oh, God. Am I frozen again, guys? You'll be able to hear me. If I freeze, it's just, I physically freeze, but you can still hear me. Okay. This interview was done a long time ago. And this is, let's see. Let me tell you who this is. Well, they don't have it here. Shoot. Anyway, this is the one where this is from many years. Oh, dang, it's not. Anyway, it's 10 minutes long. It's the one where she has her back to the interviewer the whole time. And this is the one that I think made everybody crazy. So hang on here. And then I promise we're going to get back to Konig here. Let me share this really quickly here. Here we go.
I am Leticia Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. Two, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home, and of course I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, you know, and in doing the investigation, I was told I wasn't complying. And could I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, you know, said I still wasn't complying or said I was, you know, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives. And so I'm not, you know, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, you know, they're detectives. They're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. You know, there was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there.
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse.
And
they were in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know it was the law enforcement officers?
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay, but they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter, asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, you know, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was putting the handcuffs in the store, you know, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. You know, they could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just going to check your shot. You're doing great. I want to make sure that we're still got a recording, still can hear you okay. Okay, yeah, sounds like we're good. Every once in a while my mic will get out and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here. Okay. I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the source.
Oh yes. Wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. We've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we could protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
You know, I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him. Every once in a while, my mic will do that, and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here. Okay. I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the search.
Oh yes. Wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. We've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we could protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
You know, I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online.
Sorry. Just makes me sick to my stomach that this woman, this Leticia Stauch, is lying at this. I don't know how the family is going to handle another trial. I can't. And I'm not family. I have nothing connected to it, and it makes me crazy. But I wanted to play that again, where she's saying, oh, everybody's going to have to apologize to me for all these rumors and blah, blah, blah. Good God almighty. I just can't even imagine. But I want to put the link up in chat. We have the discussion going on now about Gannon as well. Here we go. This is Gannon's discussion on Websleuths.com. Yeah, she wanted an apology from people that were saying these things about her, because it was about her. It wasn't about, she made it like, oh yes, we are looking for Gannon, but I'm looking forward to the apologies because this is about me. I'm going to go back to the gold standard. And that's Mark Klass, Polly Klass's dad. He didn't give a flying patootie what anybody said about him when Polly was missing. He was just like, let's find her. I can't say whatever you want about me. He threw himself at the police and question me, put me under a lie detector, whatever. He didn't care. She was all worried about what they were saying about her. Ugh. It just makes me so damn mad. Anyway. So she's either going to get a new trial or they're going to give her a deal. I don't know which one it's going to be. I hope they don't give her a deal, but to spare the family, they might. And we're going to talk, we'll talk more about this tonight. Okay. I just wanted to kill a little time so I could get caught up here. And I'll tell you what, let's get back to Mr. Charming, Mr. Wonderful. Oh my God, this guy is the worst. Dr. Konig is the anesthesiologist on trial for trying to kill his wife. And they brought up something that the prosecution brought up something today that really surprised me. And I was just delighted to hear him bring up Darvo. You know what Darvo is? I learned Darvo from a dear friend of mine. In fact, I think she's watching in chat now. And I don't know if she could come up and explain Darvo to us, because she's the expert. Boy, I don't want to put you in a bad position, Lizard Tia, but if you're out there and you can come up and explain Darvo to us like you did me, that would be fantastic. And here's the link. You don't need to don't need to turn on your camera if you don't want to, and you don't have to. Please don't feel like you have to. Okay. But Lizard Tia explained Darvo to me so incredibly well. And let me tell you what Darvo is. Okay. Stands for deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. Okay. It shifts blame away, is what it does. It shifts blame away from the person who is actually the one to be blamed. It's the psychopath basically shifting the blame away from them to the person. All right. So in other words, just reading what Jan is saying in here. It's another form of abuse. It's when the abuser denies the abuse and then blames you for his or her actions, or makes you look like the bad one. For example, he might spread lies about you to friends or family, say that you are really the one being abusive, or call the police and make a false report against you, accusing you of doing what he did to you. Darvo, again, deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. It's just a way to shift blame. And that's what the prosecution did today. He made Konig explain what Darvo is. And because that's what he sounded like he was doing. He was trying to blame her for his actions. You know, he was, what did I read about what did he do? Just a second. Let me grab the notes here on Websleuths. Hang on just a second here. Let me grab my notes. Yeah, he was going through Arielle's financials at 3:30 a.m. Okay. And he was forgetting a lot today too. I don't recall. That was pretty unusual. Yeah, he spent the early hours of that morning digging through digital records, including deleted WhatsApp messages and financial and academic documents, to find evidence that she was lying to him. He was like just kind of obsessed about it. And I thought the prosecution did a great job of showing that. And again, I didn't get to see everything, but I think it is a great, I think he's doing a wonderful job. And he hasn't even gotten to the big part yet. You know, the walk along the cliff, the hike. And somebody called White Lilac on Websleuths goes, what happened to him since yesterday? Did he take his own anesthesia to forget so much today? Exactly. And Megnut is a wonderful member on Websleuths. And she put, he can remember everything, but has no memory of accessing those prior divorce documents. Oh. Yeah. And Brown Eye says the prosecution is getting under his skin. Again, that I'm going to put the link in chat here. This is our websleuths.com discussion forum. This is the discussion forum that has been around for over 20 years. And it is a great place to go discuss true crime 24/7. And Chipmunk says, he said he was not mad, but upset at one point. Yes, it had to be specific at what point. Yeah, exactly. So. SB Mama says the lawyer did a really good job of making it obvious how he would not admit I was upset. People who get up early for work Don't stay up till 3 a.m. Exactly. Exactly. That was obsessive what he was doing there. And again, the prosecution is just barely getting going. It's like their engines are barely revving up here. And I can't wait until they start talking about the day of the hike. Now, remember, when this is done, when the prosecution's done, the defense will have a chance to redirect to try and do damage control. Oh, hold on. I have a message here, people. Do, 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 do. Dee, 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 dee. That's not it. Hold on. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, Leticia said that she said I did a good job explaining Darbo, so thank you. So. Dee, 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 dee. Yeah, Chipmunk, he said he was not mad, but upset at one point. Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, I thought the lawyer was doing a really good job, too. Dee, 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 dee. Let me grab the video. I just want to make sure we're watching. Did they say that how long lunch was today? Is it an hour? Anyone know how long it is by chance? I'll tell you what. Why don't we do this? Okay, it's an hour. Okay, let's do this. Othram put up this great video today. Okay, let's switch gears a little bit. Now, Othram is the DNA lab that they're the ones that have the cutting edge DNA, and they have a saying now that they're kind of putting that I'm seeing everywhere, and it is this. Let me grab it here. Unsolved crime is a choice, and by that, what they're saying is, when you have DNA, when an agency has DNA and they choose not to test it for whatever reason, it may be budgetary. Well, that's a choice because they could solve it if they could just do the DNA testing. They've put up a brand new video. It's only 3 minutes, 45 seconds long, and it does a great job of explaining the DNA. So I'm going to play that right now, and then we'll get back to talking about the good doctor on the stand today, okay? So hang on here. Let me share this. And I'll put the link in chat. And here we go.
We're rapidly entering a very unique period where unsolved crime is really a choice. The several decades preceding Othram in forensics have been centered around the idea of matching. So does the 20 markers of information that make up your DNA profile match what might be in a database like CODIS from a crime scene? And the challenge there is that when you're matching things, two things are true. One is that you have to already know what you're matching against, so you need a reference comparison. And the second thing is that if you're requiring a match, you're, by virtue of that match, essentially confirming something at the end of an investigation. So you may suspect the involvement of this person or that person, and then again, based on a DNA profile and a fingerprint, you might look for a confirmation that the person you think was involved was involved. The work we do at Othram is fundamentally different in that we're trying to shift the forensic investigation away from matching to inference. And so we call the work that we do identity inference. Instead of taking some kind of data and matching it to data that we already have in a database, we're instead collecting whatever data is available and then trying to draw a conclusion from the incomplete and imperfect information that's available at the crime scene to make some kind of inference about who someone is, or at least narrow the search for who someone is. In this identity inference pipeline, there's basically 3 steps that we're constantly working on and optimizing for. In the first step, we're digitizing physical evidence. We've got physical evidence, ideally DNA evidence, that's been left at a crime scene, and we've got to take that physical evidence and translate it into something that can go onto a computer digitally. And once we've done that, the second part of this process is developing essentially the signal that we're going to use for inference. And that signal is the DNA profile. The signal is a translation of that digital data from the physical evidence to something that can be used in a search, for example, in a genetic genealogy database search. So the second phase is basically preparing the signal. And in this last stage, we're basically performing what I call inference. And this inference step is where you take that signal, produce the relatives, the other kinds of contextual information that you might learn, biogeographical ancestry, other kinds of data points that give you some context, and translate that eventually into a network of relationships that some people call essentially your genealogical tree, and use that to then point to an identity hypothesis. I think that the person you're looking for is this person or is related to this person. But the whole point is to take physical evidence and produce an identity hypothesis. That's what identity inference is. It reduces the chance for error. It certainly reduces the chance for bias. The other great thing about inference is that it allows us to utilize the technique early in the investigation instead of later in the investigation. So instead of waiting to figure out who someone is and then going back to see if we can confirm that using a forensic tool, we can, at the very beginning, say, what is this data telling us and where is it leading? So instead of driving the investigation by hypothesis, let the data be the guide and see where the data takes us. It's the combination of all these pieces expertly coordinated so that we have the best chance at taking that physical evidence and producing at the other end of it a hypothesis as to who that person is.
Okay, I want to show you something really quickly here. Okay, this part right here.
And translate that eventually into a network of relationships that some people call
this right here.
Genealogical
Watch this.
tree, and use that to then point to an identity hypothesis. I think that the person you're looking for is this person or is related to this person. But the whole point is
that's what they had set up at CrimeCon. And it was so cool because you could see how they did that. And basically what he's saying is, how I understand it, is you take the little bit of evidence you have, and then you look at the people that you're comparing it to, and you just kind of say, okay, it looks like it could be this person. And then you work from there. It, again, it's heavy duty science that makes my brain explode, but it's explained very easily. And I just love what they do at Othram. I got to know Othram because the good people at Othram would come to Websleuths and work with some of our Websleuths members in trying to identify the remains that people would find. And what happened on Websleuths.com is we have an unidentified forum, and what our members would do is they would go around and find, information like from a medical examiner, and they'd say, okay, we have an unidentified body here and it has this tattoo. Well, then they'd go and try and match it with a missing person who had that tattoo. That takes a lot of time. And law enforcement didn't have time to sit down at a computer and go through thousands of pictures. Well, our wonderful members at Websleuths, they have that amazing ability to help with this. And so Othram connected with them, and that's how we got to know Othram. That's how we eventually ended up becoming partners. So, that's a good question. I don't know. AU, some mom of two. I don't know. That's a very good question. I should ask them and see what they say. But I think I may get one of the reps from Othram to come on here in the next week or so to explain this a little bit more. Because believe me, they can do a lot better job of it than I can. That's for sure. So anyway, we'll play this again tonight, but I just wanted to kind of put that out there for you. And let me put the link in the chat again. And when this is done, when this live is done, it will be a video on Websleuths, on YouTube, and I'll put all these links in the description so you'll be able to get them. Okay. 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 Let me see here. Where did that go? Where did it go? Court is on lunch break. And here we go. Where did that? Oh, here it is. So here's Othram. Oh, come on. What the hell? What the hell? Oh, my screen just starts jumping around. That makes me crazy. There we go. Yes, Lizard Tia is brilliant, especially when it comes to psychopaths. She's absolutely amazing and is so helpful to me, so incredibly helpful. But back to the good doctor. Again, they have just barely gotten started. They are, what, 5 hours behind us, but behind Central Time. So what time is it now? It's, oh gosh, it's already 6 o'clock. Yikes. So what's like 1 o'clock there? And gosh, they may still be going live by the time we're supposed to do our live stream, guys. That may happen. We did have somebody in our chat earlier that really felt that that the good doctor, that Gerhardt was not being treated fairly, that everybody was jumping on him. Is there anybody in chat that agrees with that? Don't be afraid to say it, because people will be polite to you. If they're not, we will get rid of them. But everybody, our mad chatters are absolutely wonderful. So I don't know. I just think he's just like the biggest dirt bag ever. Oh, just call me Kim P said they didn't go that late last night. That's good. That's very good. Gosh, I didn't realize how late it was. My goodness gracious. I had no idea. Guys, I got to do a little something on Websleuths here, so talk amongst yourselves. I need to do a little work. Let me get that here. Let me do this. Let's see. There we go. We have a member named Megnut on websleuths.com, and she is on the discussion thread about the trial, and boy, she does a great job. She is just amazing. Well, everybody on this trial is doing a great job. Yeah, he doesn't want anything about his previous divorce coming in, of course, you know. Oh, yeah, he labeled the folder for his ex-wife as lives an extravagant life. That's weird. Oh, sorry. Extravagant. Good God. I am too tired. Extravagant life. I looked at it and it looked like a different word. Sorry, guys. Extravagant life. Yes, lived an extravagant life. I looked at it looked like extra. What the hell's extravagant? No, lived an extravagant. You guys, I'm so tired. extravagant life. That's how he labeled his ex-wife's folder. I can hear you guys laughing. I swear to God, I can hear you laughing. It's that loud, and I don't blame you. So. Yeah, and he wasn't about to let this wife lead an extravagant life at all. And apparently his first wife, former wife, named Jessie, got married right after the divorce. Yeah, seems like they have a habit of meeting better men after they marry him. He's just, again, guys, we have absolutely, we can absolutely write this script. We know these guys, and it's not always men. Let's be honest. It can be women too. They can be just as creepy and weird. So, oh my God, I don't think I could mispronounce extravagant again if I tried. Looking at that word, I swear to God, you guys, it looked like a word I'd never seen before. What's that a sign of? Is that a sign of too many blueberries that I eat? I eat 2 pints a day. Yeah, he's probably got the Napoleon syndrome, all of that. Jen Moore, absolutely. Yeah, and I agree about his son, Laura Greer. I can't imagine. Why would his son lie? My God. I mean, it must have been hard for him. No matter how he felt about his dad, it's still his dad. And to get up there in public and say that in front of everybody, I can't imagine. Oh, just call me Kim P. I'm so sorry. My parents were both narcissists. Wow. That must have been difficult. Can you be a narcissist and a psychopath at the same time? Do they go hand in hand or no? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. Guys, I have to go turn my air conditioner like resets itself, and it resets itself at like 80 degrees. I can't figure out how to fix it. I just need to go reset it manually. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves, and I've just got to make a pit stop and grab some water. I will be right back, everybody. Okay, you guys stay here. Okay. Oops, stay here. Come on. Okay. We are ready to rock. Okay, come on, guys. Come on. Oh, sorry it took so long, guys. Had to feed the porch kitties. One of them's pregnant, so I had to fix a house for her. God, I've got to get her to a shelter, get her to a vet, get her fixed. Anyway, I've decided we have a new word, and that is extravagant. When somebody is living an extravagant lifestyle, we're going to call it they're living an extravagant lifestyle. Oh my God, I can't believe I did that. That's gonna haunt me. It is just gonna haunt me. Okay, let me find the court TV. They are still on lunch break. I'm gonna do a share here so we can sit here and watch it real quick. There we go. Come on, Scrappy Joe. Come on up, baby. Come on. Let me make this. That's not what I want to do. Well, where'd it go? There we go. That's what I want you to do. Anyway, come on. Come on up, sweetie. Come on. Come on, come on. McSpunky. Good to see you, my dear. Extravagant. Yeah, I had to let the animals in and out, in and out, in and out. Sorry it took so long. And then, like I said, the porch kitties were there and they were starving. And so they have dry food, but they're used to wet food now, and that's okay. We've been trying to catch them so we can get them to be, neutered and spayed. But one of them just showed up last night, and it's like this tiny little kitten. Looks like it swallowed a basketball. So I set up this little house for it. I hope it uses it. But anyway, yeah, Lucy the Bengal, I don't think there's any way you cannot even suggest that this guy isn't a major narcissist. He's got to be. He's just got to be. And I think the prosecution is doing a great job of showing that. I really do. It's amazing what they're doing, what he's doing. Well, it's a whole team, you know. But rather than well, maybe they didn't offer him a deal. Boo, do you want to go outside, honey? Guys, I'm sorry. I've got to go let Boo out. This is my day all day long. In, out, in, out. So I will be right back, okay? Come on, Boo. Let's go outside. Okay? Let's go outside. Guys, I'll be right back. Let's go. Come on. Come on. And I gotta feed these two as well. So I'll be right back.
Everybody versus Gerhardt Konig, 1CC-25-273. Dr. Konig is present in court with all four counsel of record. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Dr. Konig, if you could return up to the witness stand. You're still under oath. And Mr. Garner, you may continue on with your cross-examination.
Okay. Finally back. For a minute. Oh, God, are they back? Shit. All right, guys.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 115, page 1. All right, Dr. Konig, isn't it true that on January 9th, 2025, at 9:10 p.m., you used the Microsoft Edge browser to log into Arielle's computer backup?
Yes.
So what you're logging into that this exhibit shows is a backup of Arielle's hard drive created in 2011, correct?
No. It's a portable hard drive that she had that had old documents on it.
Okay. And you wanted to go into Arielle's old hard drive to look at the documents, right?
That's right.
And again, January 9th, 2025, 9 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Or 9:10 p.m., correct?
Yes.
So, and this is through a program called Memio, right?
I don't know what Memio is.
Well, regardless, you go in and
No.
you look at your documents, correct?
Yeah, I just go in and look at the documents. I don't know what Memio is.
All right. So you go into the folder for Ari, correct?
Yes.
And you go into the documents folder, right?
Yes.
And you go into the divorce folder. Correct?
Yes.
And in that folder, you open a document called Notes. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to page 2 of the exhibit. This is the same folder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The Ari folder. I'm sorry, this is a different folder. This is the Ari folder and then the downloads folder, correct?
Yes.
And the document you're looking at 9:14 p.m. on January 9, 2025 is called Complaint for Absolute Divorce. Is that right?
Yes.
And page 3 of the exhibit, this is also in the downloads folder, correct?
That's correct.
And the document you're viewing at 9:15 p.m. is called Rosen-Divorce.
Yes.
And again, these were all on Arielle's external hard drive, correct?
Yes.
On February 3rd, 2025, you go back to your prior divorce folder. Is that correct?
I don't recall that at all.
Publishing States Exhibit 113, page 4. On February 3rd, 2025, you go back to your divorce folder from your prior divorce to Jessica Batella Ray. Is that correct?
I do not recall doing this at all.
And this is, again, looking at the account statement from your father's account that you moved money into for your loan purposes. That's correct?
It looks like it's the same credit card. I can't remember if it's the same statement date, but it's that same PK Chase Freedom credit card that we used to transfer a balance into to pay it down.
And the last access date and time from the computer system is February 3rd, 2025 at 8:42 a.m., correct?
The last access date and time from the computer system is that date and time. That's correct.
So between December 14th and February 3rd, there are 4 different accesses to your prior divorce folder on your computer, correct?
From the computer system, yes.
That you have no recollection of.
That I have no recollection of.
But you are looking at Arielle's documents on her hard drive about divorce, correct?
Yes, I did look at that divorce folder on her portable hard drive on that date and time.
And during that time period, you're also looking into Arielle's old pay stubs, right?
Yes.
You're also looking into your tax notes that include information about how much alimony and child support you paid, right?
Again, I don't recall looking at a 2018 tax notes during that time, but that tax document was accessed by the system at that time, and that tax document does include alimony and child support.
And you're researching these financial documents and these divorce documents because you want to see how much damage you're going to suffer in a divorce. Isn't that right?
That's not right.
In January, you also review your wedding documents again. Is that correct?
I don't recall. Maybe show me what you're discussing.
On January 22nd, 2025, you access your wedding spreadsheet again, correct?
I might have. I don't specifically recall.
Published dates 124 at page 11. The access date is January 22nd, 2025, correct?
That's correct.
And this is another spreadsheet with the same material we talked about earlier, correct?
Yeah, that's another
Guest list, right?
version of the wedding spreadsheet. Yes.
It's got your guest list on it, yes?
Yes.
It's got your task that each of you have to do.
Yes.
It's got the financials, right?
Yes.
And on the same date, January 22nd, 2025, at 3:04 p.m., you view a document called Worthington Konig Wedding Room Block 9.14.18, correct?
I don't remember doing that at all.
You have no recollection of
I
this.
have no recollection of doing that.
It's the same date as the Excel spreadsheet, right?
Yes.
We're going to publish dates 124 at page 12. And again, if you can look, the file system last access date, January 22nd, 2025 at 3:04 p.m., correct?
Yes, I see that.
And in this document, this is the reservation for the venue of your wedding, correct?
That's right.
And it specifically shows how much that cost. Isn't that right?
I have no recollection of what's on that document.
No recollection. Okay, we'll publish to the next page. There's a table in the middle right here, isn't there?
Yeah, and that's the guest room block. So that shows if our guests decide to stay at that hotel, what they would pay under the wedding rate for those 3 different rooms.
We'll move on to the next page. This is basically rules that you have to follow, or what you have to decide what the rules are. And this has an anticipated revenue section, correct?
Yeah, so they had a minimum. So we were holding our wedding at this venue, and they had a minimum revenue that they needed to generate from room reservations from our guests, and that was the minimum.
And the overall cost for your wedding was $55,000 approximately, correct?
That sounds about right. I don't recall the exact number.
Then you were
Is
looking at-
that in that document?
asked
that-
you in general.
No. Oh, I'm just wondering where you got your number from.
The overall cost from your wedding is from your spreadsheets, correct?
Yes.
So you're looking up multiple different spreadsheets with the cost, right?
I have no recollection of looking at the wedding room block document. I don't have a recollection of looking at the wedding spreadsheet either, but I could potentially think of a reason why I would have done that. But I've no recollection of opening that wedding room block and have no idea why I would have done that.
The next date that you open the wedding spreadsheet is February 24th, 2025. Isn't that correct?
I don't remember opening the wedding spreadsheet, but
You don't recall? Okay. You also open a document called Final Floral Proposal on March 14th, 2025. Isn't that correct?
no, I don't think I did. I don't remember doing that. And if that's related to the wedding, I certainly did not look at the floral contract or whatever. What is it called?
You're saying you did not look at the floral contract
No,
for the Final Floral Proposal. Is that right?
I 100% did not look at the final floral proposal for our wedding in March.
The published dates 124 at page 21. The document that we're looking at has a file name of final floral proposal, correct?
That's correct.
File system, last access date and time, March 14, 2025.
Yeah, the computer system accessed it on that date and time. I have no recollection of opening this document and looking at that date and time.
The computer system did all this.
Yes.
The computer system opened this document, is what you're saying today.
I'm not sure
Where
what the
does
computer
access
system
go?
did. It says
Okay.
accessed. That is what the computer
It
system.
says access.
The computer system accessed this document, right?
That's correct.
Okay. On January 22nd, 2025, you viewed a UBS portfolio detailing your and your wife's retirement accounts, correct?
That's correct.
And that was a statement from December 2004, correct?
2004?
2024, correct?
Yes.
So in December 2024, you get the UBS statement detailing how much you and your wife have in your retirement accounts. Is
That's
that right?
correct. Yes.
And you review that on January 22nd, 2025.
Yes, I do remember that.
And this is actually within a month of getting the statement, right?
That's right.
It makes sense to review the statement, within a month of getting it, right?
Yes.
Do you remember the figures in the statement?
I do not.
Would it help if we go through them together?
Yes.
States 126 will publish, starting with the first page. This is just the metadata, again, that shows you you accessed this on January 22nd, 2025, correct?
Yes.
And again, statements from December 2024, right?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to look at a page detailing your Roth IRA, your Roth IRA next, okay? Okay, here's a summary page, correct?
Yes.
All right, and Gerhardt Konig, you have in this UBS account an Roth IRA value of $8,066.95, correct?
That's correct.
Arielle Konig has a Roth valued at $74,974, correct?
That's correct.
Arielle Konig has a second IRA valued at $164,500.76, correct?
That's correct.
For your account, that's a little over $8,000. Arielle is the sole beneficiary. Is that right?
That's right.
Anything happens to you, she gets 100%, right?
That's right.
For Arielle's Roth, the one that's about $75,000, you are the sole beneficiary, right?
That's right.
Anything happens to Arielle, that money goes to you, correct?
That's correct.
For Arielle's IRA, valued at $164,000 approximately, you are also the sole beneficiary, correct?
That's correct.
Anything happens to Arielle, that $164,000 goes to you. Is that
That's
right? In January 22nd, 2025, that's about the same time that you're doing all your life insurance work, right?
That's right.
And that's around the same time that you send Arielle that email instructing her to get a $250,000 life insurance policy, correct?
I did not instruct her to get that. It was a discussion that we had together, and the email was a summary of the product and the person to talk to after I contacted AAA. So I wasn't telling her to get life insurance. It was here, contact this guy and ask for this product to get the life insurance that we discussed.
And you sent that on January 21st, is that correct?
I don't recall the exact date, but that sounds like it's the right date.
On February 4th, 2025, you viewed a May 2022 pay stub for Arielle, isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
On February 4th, 2025 at 2:29 p.m., you viewed a May 2022 pay stub for Arielle, correct?
I have no recollection of that.
We'll publish States Exhibit 125 at page 22. This is the metadata, correct, Dr. Konig?
Yes,
And again, the document we're looking at is a pay stub, correct?
that's right. There's one pay stub from 2022 at the end of May.
And this is in your taxes folder on your computer, right?
Yes, that's in the shared drive in the taxes folder. That's correct.
Your testimony today is you have no recollection of looking at this.
I have no recollection of looking at this
And the information contained in this pay stub is only the amount Arielle got paid that 1 month,
for
right?
that 1 month. Correct. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense that I would have looked at 1 month of pay stub data from 2 years ago
It
at that
wouldn't make
time.
any sense, right?
It would not.
On March 14th, 2025, you viewed a 2018 Wealthfront account statement for Arielle. Isn't that correct?
I don't have any recollection of that.
Published States Exhibit 125 at page 24. Now, again, this is about a 2018 statement, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a statement for an account, a retirement account, or sorry, an investment account belonging only to Arielle. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, but I don't even think she still had it at this point in time. So this was a
Objection, non-responsive.
yeah. I have no recollection. I have no recollection of looking at this document.
Ask the question. This document is from 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And again, no recollection.
No recollection.
On March 16th, 2025, you viewed a document, again, about Arielle's retirement accounts, correct?
I don't have a. I might have.
In a published States Exhibit 125 at page 36. On March 16th, 2025, you accessed a document that belongs or that is about Arielle's financials, correct?
This is on my desktop. I don't know what's in that document.
So this document isn't actually even in your taxes folder, right?
Right. This is on my desktop.
Meaning every time you open up your desktop, you see this document, right?
No, I have probably 3 dozen different random documents that just tend to collect on my desktop. If I copy something and email it, sometimes I put it on my desktop for, during that time. I was not aware that this was on my desktop. I'm sure it was. That's the location of it, and I don't remember what this document is at all.
This document is again from 2022, right?
That's correct.
And this is showing how much Arielle had in her Westinghouse retirement account in 2022. Is that right?
I can't answer that unless I can look at the document.
We'll publish the next page. This is a similar document to one that we viewed this morning, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it tells you in the top right, which I'll zoom in on, how much Arielle had in her retirement account as of a certain date, correct?
Yes. It says the total value of that account, and what's the date?
The date was, the account summary shows 2022 in November, correct?
Oh, yeah.
So this document is about Arielle's retirement account from November 2022, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I remember looking at this. I did look at this.
Okay, now you do remember looking
I
at
do.
this.
Yes.
Okay. And November 2022 is a couple years before March 2025, correct?
That's correct.
It's 2.5 years, right?
Yes.
Now you've been asked about your research into hiking, is that right?
That's right.
And you testified yesterday that you do a lot of hiking, right?
I do.
Isn't it true that there are only searches and computer data related to hiking between the dates of February 28, 2025 to March 4th, 2025 on that computer?
That's correct.
Well, objection. There was a search range in the search warrant.
Do we speak in objections?
There was a search range in the search warrant. His question was about the entire computer.
Approach.
Okay. Don't know what's happening. He's having trouble remembering everything.
So look at the time frame, Dr. Konig. Between December 2024 and March 2025, the only data related to hiking from your computer is for those 5 days, correct?
That's correct.
And in January 2025, you actually treated a woman in the course of your work for having a rock fall on her at a waterfall. Is that right?
That's right.
You saw the injuries that she got from that rock, correct?
I did.
You saw what kind of treatment she needed, right?
Yes.
And in February, at the end of February, that's when you started researching hikes, correct?
That's correct.
Published states 111. Publishing states 111, page 1. On February 28th at 2:55 p.m., you searched Maui secret hikes, correct?
I did.
Then on the same date at 3:13 p.m., you searched secret hike Waikamai Falls, correct?
That's correct.
Then a couple minutes later on the same day, you move on to Oahu, correct?
Yes.
And you search best Oahu hikes, right?
That's right.
And by this time, you know that you're going to be taking, or you've discussed this Oahu trip with Arielle, correct?
Yes.
And the start of your search for Oahu is best hikes Oahu, right?
That's right.
And then you go to a website called alltrails.com, correct?
Yes.
And you filter to Hawaii first, right?
Yes.
And then Oahu, correct?
Yes.
And the title of that website is the 10 best trails and hikes in Oahu.
That's right.
Okay. The Palipuka Trail is not in those 10 best trails, is it?
I can't remember, but I don't think so.
Publishing next page to page 5. So February 28, 2025, 3:30 p.m., you click on a YouTube link titled Easy Hike on Oahu, Makapu'u Lighthouse Trail. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And just a couple seconds later, publishing the next page, again at 3:30 p.m., you click on a different YouTube link for the top 10 easy Oahu hikes for everyone. Is that right?
Yes.
So first you look at best hikes, right?
Yes.
And then you see these 2 YouTube videos for easy hikes, right?
Yes.
You don't watch these whole videos, right?
Probably not.
You don't watch these videos because at next page, 7 out of 10, 3:31 p.m., you're looking up difficult hikes, right?
That's right.
Because easy hikes is not for you, right?
Yeah, the hikes that I found on the Easy Hikes website wasn't what we were looking for.
Difficult hikes are generally more dangerous, right?
Sometimes. Sometimes they're just longer.
Difficult hikes have rougher terrain, right?
Sometimes.
Difficult hikes have higher drop-offs, right?
Not necessarily.
Difficult hikes can have more exposure, correct?
They could.
And these difficult hikes, these are the kinds of hikes you were interested in, right?
Yes.
Now, your search for difficult hikes brought you to a website called journeyera.com. Is that right?
That's right.
And the first page you looked at on journeyera.com, I'm going to scroll to page 8 of this exhibit, is the URL just says Oahu hikes. Is that right?
That's right.
And again, you're listing Journey Era on February 28, 2025, correct?
Yes.
So this is still the first day that you're researching hiking, correct?
That's correct.
And moving on to the next one. Next page, page number 9. You end up going to a page on journeyera.com saying the 35 best hikes on Oahu, the ultimate guide, right?
Yes.
Although the URL talks about the Stairway to Heaven, this is actually a list of 35 hikes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on that list, you see the Palipuka hike, correct?
Yeah, among 34 others.
And then on March 3rd, 2025, you go back to the journeyera.com website. Is that right?
That's right.
And this time you're going to look at the Palipuka hike page specifically, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, March 3rd, 2025, 7:19 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And you've seen the website, you looked that up on the screen, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna put it up and go through it together. All right, this is the front page of the website, right?
Yes.
All right, we're going to go to page 2. When you read this, you saw that sentence that says, the Poly Lookout itself is a popular tourist spot, but 99% of visitors to the lookout don't hike. They just look over the valley. You saw that sentence, right?
I'm sure I did. Yeah.
And then you saw the page that describes the hike. Isn't that right?
That's right.
You read the description?
Yes.
So you read the description that says, the hike isn't necessarily dangerous, but much of the path is on the edge of a huge drop-off. You read that, right?
I'm sure I did.
And you read the sentence that says, does that make it dangerous? You decide.
I'm sure I did. I remember reading this whole article.
So you remember reading the whole article.
Yes.
You remember reading the part that says that the hike spits you out on the edge of a cliff with a huge drop-off.
If it says that, then I read that.
You remember looking at this picture of the hike, right?
Yes.
And you see this picture, and this is what you want to do.
Yes.
This is the hike you want to take Arielle on, right?
Yes.
Okay, that hike looks terrifying.
In this page, the author describes and shows a picture of themselves enjoying themselves, right?
That's right.
They're looking out over the entire windward side. Is that right?
That's right.
And this picture on this side has the puka. Is that right?
That's right.
And this is at the end of the hike, right?
I assume so. Actually, from what I've remember from the description is that you can keep going past this for a little while still, but it's close to the end.
And this is
I've never
ultimately
been
where
there.
you want to take Arielle, right?
Yes.
This was the plan, to take her to this section, correct?
Yes.
And to take Arielle to this section of the puka, you have to take her through this section, correct?
Yes.
You have to take her along this trail along the cliff. Is that right?
Presumably, again, I never got to this point in the trail, but according to the pictures, yes.
You never got this far on the trail, right?
No.
The plan was to get that far on the trail, though, right?
Yes.
And then you saw the end of the article. Sorry, I'll put it back up. You saw the end of the article where it gives you advice, right? Where it says, be safe going down and take it slow as it can be slippery and the drop looks very unforgiving.
Yes.
You read that, right?
Yes.
Now, while this is all going on, you've also been working on updating the insurance, correct?
Yeah, so we applied at the end of January, and this was March 4th. Yeah, by this time, I think Aries policy had already gone through, and either one, and maybe one of my policies did, but not both.
Your insurance policy doesn't go through partially until March 12th and then completely on March 24th. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
On March 17th, you actually search up Arielle's profile on Facebook again. Is that correct?
I don't have a specific recollection of that, but I probably did.
And on March 4th, 2025, you were also looking at WhatsApp again, correct?
Probably. I was using WhatsApp every day
You were using WhatsApp every day.
for work.
Now, okay. And you testified yesterday about your work bag and the medication that was in it, right?
Yes.
And you testified that your work bag is used for when you're on call, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that you normally keep medication in there to provide if it's a rush situation, right?
Yes.
And the medication that you keep there can be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
The medication that you keep in that bag can kill somebody, right?
I'll have to look at the medication that's in there, but a lot of the medications that I use at work can be lethal if not given appropriately.
Well, it's published States Exhibit 98. Can you see the vial on the bottom right of this bag?
Yes, I can.
Do you need me to zoom in so you can read the label?
No, I know what that is.
The trade name of this drug is called Diprivan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The actual name of the drug, or the scientific name, is called propofol, correct?
That's correct.
Propofol is one of the main drugs that actually, I'll use a non-scientific word, puts you to sleep during anesthesia, correct?
It's a very common drug that we use to initiate and sometimes maintain anesthesia.
Propofol is rather famous, right?
Yes,
Propofol is the drug that killed Michael Jackson, is that right?
that's right.
You've heard of that story, of course?
Yes,
It is not a controlled substance, that's correct?
that's correct.
And you actually have a controlled substance license yourself too, right?
I do.
So you can carry more dangerous drugs than propofol, correct?
Yeah, I don't think I can. I think because my controlled substance license doesn't allow me to dispense; it just allows me to administer. And so, all of our controlled substances are controlled at all of the locations where we work. And so we have to check them out and check them back in, and then document all of the vials that we used during the day. I've never taken controlled substances home. I would never. It's not something I want to get into. So I don't even know if it's allowed under my license, but I could administer it.
Now, let's take this exhibit down. And let's talk about March 24th, 2025. It was a normal morning, right?
Yes.
You and Arielle weren't fighting when you woke up at the hotel, correct?
No.
You gave her that birthday card, right?
Yes.
And then you and Arielle go to the bakery and get breakfast, correct?
No, we went and got breakfast in the hotel.
Got it. And then you go to the bakery to get coffee, right?
Coffee and pastries, yeah.
And then you and Arielle head out in your rental car up to the Poly Puka. Is that right?
That's right.
You drive up the Poly Highway, right?
Yes.
And you park in the parking lot at the Poly Lookout, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And you knew from your research into this hike that 99% of the people up at that lookout would not be going on the trail, correct?
Yeah, I didn't know the actual amount, but I knew the lookout was popular and the hike was less popular.
And that actually said 99% versus 1%, right?
Where did what say?
The website research.
the journey here article. Oh yeah, that did say that.
The website even told you, does that make the hike dangerous? You decide. Is that right?
No, the website when the website said that, it was talking about the trail being next to a cliff, not the trail being some isolated, secluded spot that there's no people.
The website said you decide if the trail is dangerous, correct?
No, the website said specifically, it's not dangerous if you stay on the trail, but if you don't stay on the trail, you might fall off the cliff. Is that dangerous? You decide.
And you saw that cliff, right?
I did on the picture.
And you saw that cliff was at minimum several hundred feet high, correct?
Yes,
You know, common sense tells you somebody falls off that cliff, they're going to die, right?
that's correct.
And the website even tells you that the hike spits you out on the edge of a cliff with a huge drop off. Is that right?
That's right.
And that photo that we looked at shows the trail going right along the cliff edge, correct?
For parts of it.
And this is the hike that you wanted to take Arielle on for her birthday, right?
Yes.
You wanted to go through the start of the hike, correct?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
You wanted to do more than just start the hike, correct?
I wanted to do more than just start the hike. That's correct.
You wanted to do the whole hike, is that right?
That was the plan.
You wanted to take Arielle through that cliffside path that we saw in that photo, correct?
Yeah, I wanted to take her on the hike and go with her on the hike and make it all the way to the puka. That was the plan.
In Publishing States Exhibit 122, you wanted to take Arielle along this path, right?
That's right.
Wouldn't you agree that that path is right on the edge of the cliff?
Yeah, it's very, very close to the edge of the cliff.
It's a narrow path, right?
It's a narrow path, and then there's a little narrow strip of grass and rocks, and then there's the cliff.
An empty void, right?
Yes.
Nothing to hold on to, right?
For this part of the trail, not much. I mean, there's some brush on the other side, but you have to really watch your step.
But Arielle didn't go that far on the trail that day, did she?
No.
So Arielle didn't want to hike anymore, right?
Yeah, there came a point in time where Arielle did not want to hike anymore.
Arielle deviated from your plan to go up this part of the trail, right?
I wouldn't characterize it like that.
Well, you planned to go up this part of the trail, correct?
That's correct.
And Arielle didn't follow through with that part of the plan, right?
Yeah.
And at some point, you actually continue up the trail yourself, right?
That's right.
Without Arielle,
That's right.
on her birthday.
That's right.
But she didn't follow you, correct?
No.
She didn't follow you up to this narrow trail with this massive cliff, correct?
That's correct.
And then you went back down, isn't that right?
That's right.
And you saw that she was still there, right?
Yes,
And it was a surprise to you, right?
it was.
It was a surprise to you because you still had a chance to go through with your plan, right?
What plan are you referring to?
It was a surprise because you still had a chance to go through with your plan to push Arielle off the cliff. Isn't that right?
That is not right at all.
The area where you and Arielle ended up still had a massive cliff next to it, correct?
Yes,
The area where you took the selfie had a massive cliff behind it, correct?
that's correct.
It would work just as well as the area in this photo to push somebody off, correct?
It would work just as well to push somebody off. What do you, like, I don't understand the question.
Well, somebody would be just as dead if they fell off this part or if they fell off the part where you guys ended up.
Absolutely.
Yes.
They would be as dead falling anywhere along this trail because the cliff is extremely high.
I'm going to take these a bit down. Before we get to the final parts of the trail, you testified this morning and you said, please do correct me if I'm wrong here, that you were not sexually demanding of Arielle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is your testimony.
Yes,
You and Arielle went to couples counseling, isn't that correct?
that's correct.
And when you went to couples counseling, you testified about the counseling yesterday, right?
Yes.
And
Yeah, okay. Don't know what's going on here. That trail was terrifying. It looked like, hey, want to throw your loved one off a cliff? Take this trail. It really looked like it was made to throw people off of. Who in the world would go on that? Oh my God. It truly was one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen. I mean, if my husband took me there to do that, no, thank you. I would just say, forget it. That's your birthday present to you. I'm not going. I want to go to a nice dinner at a hotel, for God's sakes. Oh my God. I looked at that and it made my stomach flip. Oh, is it back now? Sorry, guys. Hold on. No, it's not. I don't have it muted. Yeah, it's not muted. Yeah, I got hiking boots one time for a birthday present. Hiking boots. I hated hiking. And he knew it. I hated it. I got him. Big, ugly, like moss green pieces of crap. Looked like they were made out of old army tires. I look like Godzilla coming in to smash the town. Ugh, hate them. Oh yeah, sensible crime. We've been talking about that all day. Leticia Stauch is getting a new trial unless they can come up with a deal to keep her behind bars, but I'm sure that deal will include parole, which I hope the family doesn't go for. Anyway, yeah. I know, I'm shocked too. But I was shocked until I started reading about it. And again, we'll talk about this tonight, but apparently there was a juror who had a son-in-law in the DA's office, the DA that was prosecuting this case. And apparently they knew about it. It was brought up during trial. And rather than the judge dismissing that juror, he just said, that's okay. Again, you don't have to show that there is misconduct, just the appearance. Just, gosh, this just doesn't look good. What does this look like to people? You have a juror that has a son-in-law in the DA's office. Yeah, that might not be a good thing. Why risk it? Well, they did. And boom, there you go. Now, maybe it was brought up while they were doing deliberations and they didn't want to start all over, but still, I don't know, I'll try and find out more tonight and see. Cat Ride, good to see you, my dear. And Candy Williams and Sensible Crime and Joe Soes and Stephanie Ferraro. Good to see everybody. Angela Conley says, maybe I should have taken my ex for a hike. Joe So said, I got a crappy birthday present for one of my exes, a dartboard, a kickstand for a bike. Yeah. Like, really? That's what you get me? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got hiking boots and then I got this coat. I don't know where he got this coat, but it was made for the frozen tundra. And it was this green canvasy crap with a fake fur collar. I'm glad it was fake fur because I hate real fur. I won't wear it. And it just had this big stupid fur collar. And it was that ugly, horrible green. And it did. It looked like it was made for Godzilla. It was huge. It was this massive thing. And it was supposed to match the boots. Oh, that's what it was. It was my birthday and Christmas because they're kind of close together. One I got for Christmas, one I got for my birthday. And I'm like, this is the ugliest crap I've ever seen. Because he wanted to go hiking. So we went hiking, our very first backpacking trip, and we got stuck 4 miles up a mountain in grizzly country. We had to sign a release before we could hike up there saying we wouldn't sue them if a grizzly ate us. We got stuck up there with no water, no food, in a snowstorm. Yeah, that's how much he knew about hiking. I said, hey, we've never been backpacking before. Maybe we shouldn't do this trail. How about if we go on a little day trip? We were in Glacier Park. Oh, no. No, he knew what he was doing. Yeah, we had to walk down a trail 4 miles in the dark because we were so soaking wet, and and then we quit shivering. And that's like, I guess, the worst thing you can do, because you're starting to get hypothermia. And I remember I started laughing, and I'll give him credit. He said, "We got to get out of here." Well, the one thing when they made us sign that deal, it said, "Do not go out at night in this area. That's when the grizzlies are out there. They will kill you and eat you." Well, we had to walk down this mountain in grizzly country in the snow. Our boots were just filled with water. And we walked down singing a song the whole way, making noise. Oh, I think we're ready. Here we go.
This morning that you were not sexually demanding towards Arielle. Is that correct?
I think the question was if I ever demanded sex of Ari, and I've never demanded sex of Ari.
So you never demanded it, right?
That's right.
How often did you want to have sex with Arielle?
There was no specific number of times.
It was up to every other day, right?
Was what up to every other day?
You wanted to have sex with Arielle and an amount up to every other day. Isn't that correct?
At some point in our relationship, we had sex, I'm sure, every other day for, that period of time. But there was never a point in our relationship where what's the question?
So in December 2024,
Okay.
after you confronted Arielle about this relationship, you
Yes.
still wanted to have sex with her every other day.
That
Correct.
is not true. We had sex for a portion of December, and it was not every other day. And I never demanded to have sex with her every other day in December or at any point in time in our relationship.
And after December 24th, she did not have sex with you again, correct?
After December 24th, we did not have sex again.
And you testified yesterday that you went to couples counseling, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that there were other issues, right?
That's right.
And one of those issues was an intimacy issue, correct?
That's correct.
And the couples therapist you saw, at least one of them was named Gemma Cannon, correct?
That's right.
And she had a meeting with you in December 2024, right?
She met with both of us on December 27th.
December 27th. So this is the same day as you had this continued fight with Arielle, right?
We had, I would say, two arguments, two big arguments in December, and one was around the middle of the month, and the other one was on the night of December 26th, and then we argued about it again on the morning of December 27th, right before counseling. That's correct.
So you went to counseling with both you and Arielle, correct?
That's right.
And you both told the counselor what your problems were, right?
Yes.
And the counselor, Miss Cannon,
Objection. We're hearsay if we're getting into what somebody else said.
The substance not coming overall.
Excuse me? No.
It's not substantive overall.
okay, so you and Arielle both told the counselor what your problems were, right?
Yes.
Your problem was the same problem you've talked about a lot already, right? The
Yeah.
emotional affair.
The main issue that I wanted to address was the aftermath of the emotional affair, which included a lot of different issues in our relationship. It wasn't just one thing. It was a big kind of,
And Arielle also stated what her problems were, right?
that's right.
And the counselor listened to both of you and came up with a plan. That's right.
That's right.
And the counselor's plan was to deal with the intimacy issues first, correct?
The counselor's plan was to deal with the issues that Arielle brought up first. Yes.
That was the intimacy issues.
Yeah, part of it.
And then she would deal with the affair afterwards, right?
Yes, and not afterwards, but because again, these are not just like things you check off, off of a to-do list. The affair was causing a lot of issues in our relationship, and addressing those issues were going to take probably years. And the issues that Ari brought up, similarly, was also not just going to be a check off the box thing, and it's probably going to take some time. And the counselor said that she's going to start off with the other issues, and not start off with the affair issues, but it wasn't just like we were going to finish the one, check it off the box, and then move on to the next. There's overlapping issues, and it's all to do with the relationship. And so it's not fair to characterize it like we were going to finish one and then move on to the other. But we were definitely going to. She said, we're going to basically let's prioritize talking about the issues that she brought up first. Gerhardt, are you okay with waiting to address a lot of the issues to do with the affair until later in therapy? And I said, absolutely.
And you testified yesterday that those issues about the affair were never really resolved. Is that right?
No. Yes, that's right.
So talked about Arielle's issues, and the issues you brought up were never resolved, correct?
I'm sorry, ask that again.
The first priority was Arielle's issues, the intimacy issues, correct?
The first priority was Arielle's issues, and intimacy was one of them.
And then your issue, the emotional affair, was never addressed, correct?
And our issue, the affair, wasn't adequately addressed ever either. And neither were the emotional issues. And I have to say, part of the affair and the aftermath of the affair, I had emotional issues, intimacy issues as well with her. So the intimacy issues went both ways. And when we...
Just
I'm going to ask my next question.
Go ahead, sorry.
Okay. Let's go back to the hike, Dr. Konig.
Okay.
March 24th, 2025, you testified about the hike yesterday, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you and Arielle had a massive argument, right?
Yes.
You testified that on her birthday, Arielle brought up a subject she knew would upset you, right? I'm sorry. You didn't testify to that, but that is what happened, correct?
That is what happened, yes.
You testified that Arielle brought up that she wanted to go back to work and speak to Jeff Miller again, correct?
She was still working, so she wasn't trying to go back to work. She wanted to start traveling with him again.
And your testimony is that this is what Arielle decides to bring up on her birthday trip with you, right?
Yes.
And that she decides to bring this up on the Polypuka Trail, right?
That's where she brought it up. That's correct.
So you testify that you have this argument, you separate, and then you come back together, right?
Yes.
You take this selfie right by the cliff, correct?
Yes.
And then you testified that Arielle pushed you, right?
Yes.
And you testified that you could barely hold on, right?
I almost went off the cliff.
And then you turned around and you testified that Arielle was 5 to 10 feet away, right?
By the time I turned around, she had backed away and she was not. And yeah, that was part of why I was concerned that that was a shove and not a accidental thing.
And then you approached her, you went towards her.
I did.
So you think you about get pushed off a cliff, and then you go 5 or 10 feet to get to Arielle, right?
I moved towards her, that's correct.
And then you say that Arielle pulled you onto the ground, right?
That's correct.
You're bigger than Arielle, right?
Yes.
You have at least, or at the time of the offense, or at the time of the incident, you had at least 20 pounds on her, right?
Yeah, roughly 20 pounds.
You're stronger than her, right?
Probably.
You're a doctor, so you know that men generally are stronger than women, correct?
Yes,
It's just a scientific matter of testosterone, right?
that's true.
But you testify that Arielle managed to pull you to the ground and she pulled you on top of her, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then you testified that Arielle wouldn't let you go from on top of her, right?
That's correct.
You testified that she wrapped her legs around you, right?
She wrapped at least one leg around me, yes.
Yesterday you said legs, right?
I think I said leg. It was at least one.
And you testified that she grabbed your testicles, right?
She did.
And that she wouldn't let go, right?
That's right.
All this time, you were on top of her, right?
That's correct.
And then you testified that Arielle took that rock. I'm going to grab Exhibit 2 right now. You testified that Arielle took this rock and hit you in the face. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And you said the first hit, she got me kind of good, right?
That's right.
And you said she kept trying, right?
That's right.
And you testified you tried to start blocking it, right?
Yes.
And you testified she actually got a couple more hits in, right?
Yes.
So, but you don't know how many hits, right?
No.
One good hit to the side of your face, correct?
That's right.
Publish States Exhibit 236. This is a photo of you from March 24th, 2025, correct?
That's right.
This is immediately after the police arrested you, right?
That's right.
This is the closest photo of you after Arielle hit you with this rock, right?
That's right.
And publish alongside States Exhibit 1. Okay, so on the right side, we have you after Arielle got one good hit with you with the rock, right?
That's right.
And on the right side, we have you after Arielle kept hitting you with the rock and got a couple other less good hits. Is that right?
That's right.
On the left side of the screen, you testified that you hit Arielle 2 times, right?
That's correct.
On the left side of the screen, we have the results that you say you hit her only 2 times, correct?
That's correct.
Let's move on to the next day. We're going to publish states, I'm sorry, not the next day. We're going to publish states D30 on the right side. I'm sorry, defense 30 on the right side. Okay, look at the right side of the screen, please. This photo on the right side of the screen is you at the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
You at the hospital on the night of March 24th, 2025, correct?
That's correct.
This is you at the hospital after Arielle got a good hit on you with this rock, correct?
That's right.
On the left side of the screen, I'm going to put up states 23. This is Arielle at the hospital, correct?
That's right.
Oh my God.
This is Arielle at the hospital after your 2 hits, correct?
That's right.
And you say only 2 hits to Arielle, right?
I only hit her 2 times.
This is the front of Arielle's face after those 2 hits, right?
Yes.
States 22. Put up states 27. This is Arielle's hand after those. This is Arielle's hand after those 2 hits, right?
Yes.
And lastly, we'll put up on the left side states 1, 2, 8. On the left side of the screen, that's Arielle on March 25th, 2025, correct?
I don't know when that picture was taken, but I'll take your word for it.
That's Arielle the day afterwards, right?
like I said, I don't know when that picture was taken, but I'll take your word for it.
We'll publish on the right side states 239. We'll flip it upside correctly. And this is you again, correct?
Yes.
This is you on March 25th, 2025, right?
I think that was like the night of, like just after midnight, but it was after the previous picture. That's right.
This is you one day after Arielle hit you really good with this rock, isn't it?
That's right.
Take the recess.
I'm sorry.
Should we take the recess?
That was a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our afternoon recess. This hotel will get to you at 2:45. Leave your notebooks on the table. All right.
Oh my God, you guys. That I just, wow. That picture. Hold on, I've got the picture. Just a second. I took a screenshot of it. So hang on. Let me grab it real quick here. Let me grab it. Where did it go? That should be it right there. Let's see. Yeah. Oops. Okay, hang on just a second. It'll take me a second to get it over and download it. What happened to it? Okay. Let me grab it real quick here. And put it in StreamYard. So that is a media asset. Let me go down here and do this. Okay. And let's do this, add this. Give me 1 second here. Look at that. Okay, that's her face. And that's his face. And he claims he hit her twice. What a liar. What an absolute liar. He hit her a hell of a lot more than twice. Now, I didn't hear the testimony of the witnesses that helped her or her testimony, but I thought I read that he was hitting her on the head when they came upon him, and he only stopped when he saw him. Again, I'm not sure. But right there, I think right there, that's it, guys. That's it. That's the whole case right there. What a flippin' liar. And you saw the rock. I thought the rock, to me, looked fake. It looked like it had so much fake blood on it that it was ridiculous. But it was real. And it was from him pounding her head with it. Oh, God, it makes me so mad. Let's see what everybody's saying in chat here. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Candy Williams. The two hikers who found her heard her screaming, and I think they said they saw him hitting her. And he was on top of her. Boom, boom. Ugh. Oh, see, I don't know. I thought I'm just talking about when he held up the picture of the rock, or I had the picture of the rock up there. It looked, it's disgusting. So yeah, to me, guys, I really think that that's the trial. How in the world can you ever say that he's telling the truth? How can you? You can't. You just can't. I posted it on Websleuths.com, the True Crime Discussion Forum, where we are talking all about this. Where is my post? Where did it go? There it is. It was unbelievable. Well, exactly, Laura Greer. This with the witnesses and his son, he's cooked. He's cooked. But again, Darvo. Let's not forget Darvo, people. That's what he's absolutely doing. Darvo. Deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. That's what these guys do. Darvo. They make it sound like you're the one that is the offender and they're the victim. And that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, this is a classic example. Oh no, I didn't attack her and hit her. She grabbed me by the yahoos and wouldn't let me go and was hitting me with the rock. I just did that to defend myself. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. So. Exactly, Chipmunk. Dinko the Darvo. Absolutely right. Well, yeah, no, I was talking about earlier when he pointed to what I thought was the rock. I'm not talking about the picture that I showed. It was earlier when he said, you hit her with this rock. And I thought it was a rock, but maybe it was her face. Maybe it was her bloody face. So yeah. Yeah, if somebody tried to push me over a cliff, I'd be like, you're coming with me, bub. I just wouldn't, she must have been an experienced hiker to agree to go on that hike. Because looking at that literally makes me shake. It gives me nightmares. I mean, can you imagine going with a husband that you don't like? Someone that is so controlling that he writes extravagant on your file about your wedding. Ugh. Oh, he just makes me so sick, you guys. So it was her face that I was looking at, and I thought it was the rock. Yeah, I believe you guys. I do. I do. And again, that with the other witnesses, that to me, that right there. And I think in closing arguments, they should end with that picture. They should end with it. So, Vicki Winters, I smell toast. Oh, yes, I do too. You're toast. You're toast. Joe So says, I had to zoom in to realize it was her head, not a rock. Yeah, I believe. Oh, hey, I believe you guys. I'm not gonna. Again, I did whatever it was. I thought it was it. I knew it wasn't fake, but it had so much blood on it. I thought it was fake. So, yeah, exactly, Marcy B. in New Mexico. I'm sure. I'm glad that she was fit enough to be able to defend herself, because that's what she needed to do from that jerk. Ugh, it just makes me so mad. And the fact that he had a syringe filled with something, that easily could have just gone over the edge of the cliff. Probably hard to find anyway if she smacked it out of his hand hard enough, it just went flying. But I mean, what oh yeah, I think he's done, guys. I think toast is the correct word here. I think he is completely and utterly toast. Oh, hold on, guys. I've got animals in the backyard. I want to see who they are here. Let's see. I love these cameras. They're the best. They're so fun. Let's see. Who is that? Oh, it's Lilith. But she's not at the door. She's just wandering around, being Lilith, being the queen. Let's see if there's any porch kitties out the front here. They ate all the wet food. That's good. I have some really good, cute possums that come every night, too. They're getting fat. I think I'm overfeeding them. So they'll probably go, let's see, what time is it? They're 5 hours behind us. So let's say, so it's 3 o'clock. It'll be 3 o'clock here. It's actually 2:45 there. So they'll probably go till about 4. So probably go to at least 9, my time. And then we go at 9:30. So we'll get a half-hour break, and then we'll come back and do some more. We'll do it some more, people. Yeah, Chipmunk, I haven't eaten yet either. Right, Laura Greer. Another monster among us, but not for long. Yeah, when we come back tonight for our regular live stream, I'll try and find more information on Leticia, but I think we have to get ready for another damn trial. It's unbelievable. Well, same thing with Sierra Lamar. I don't know if you're familiar with that case. Oh, here we go, guys. We'll talk more about that tonight.
373, Dr. Konig is present in court on the stand and still under oath. All full counsel of record are present. All jurors are documented accordingly. Mr. Barnes, please continue.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Taki, can you read that right?
Yes. Okay, Gerhardt, I'm gonna just try to jam through this. I know it's been a long day. You were asked about going into detective mode. Why did you go into detective mode when you saw these things and learned about what Arielle had been doing or communicating, the way she was communicating with Mr. Miller? Why did you go into detective mode?
I just needed to find out details about the relationship.
Okay. For you, it was something you were searching for information.
She was obviously deleting things and trying to hide things, and I just wanted to understand what was going on, really.
Wait, is this redirect? I think this is redirect, isn't it?
You were asked about the text messages from 12/1 that started, and that was a Sunday. Remember that?
That's right.
And you were asked about where I would say good morning, and then it went on throughout the day, Christmas lights, what you doing all day long until good night. And you were asked that, there was nothing sexual in there. Were you still concerned that on a Sunday your wife was communicating with another man all day long?
Yeah. Yes.
Even though there wasn't.
Move to strike the last answer.
Granted, last answer stricken.
Did the text messages still concern you, even though the word sexual wasn't in there?
Yes.
Sustain.
And move to strike the last answer.
Granted.
Were you concerned by the text messages on that Sunday between your wife and another man?
Same objection.
Sustain. Let's meet.
How did you feel about the text message messages on that Sunday between your wife and another man?
I was very worried.
Why did you tell Bryant first? Why did you reach out to Bryant?
I reached out to Bryant because he was one of my best friends and I needed advice and I wanted to give him a heads up about what was going to happen on the trip.
When you and Arielle talked about her quitting her job, what was your interest?
My interest was for her to terminate her relationship and her contact with Jeffrey Miller.
Were you going to be perfect? Were you okay with her getting another job?
Absolutely.
Was there a conversation about her looking for another job?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did you and Arielle talk about what would happen if she quit her current job?
Yes.
And what did you guys discuss?
She was going to look for another job.
You were asked a lot about her move, like this conversation about her moving out and then not. Initially, what was your thoughts about her moving out? Initially, when you found out about it in San Luis Obispo?
I mean, I would have preferred if we could deal with the affair in an isolated environment. And so it would have been preferable if she had moved out.
Did you eventually change your thoughts on that?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about monitoring her communications. Is there anything you learned in the audiobooks about that?
Yes.
What did you learn from the audiobooks about monitoring her communications and her sharing, giving up some privacy during this healing period?
I learned that as part of rebuilding trust in a relationship after an affair, especially in the digital age, it is going to require proactive giving up of some degree of privacy by the cheating spouse.
Okay. Now, you were asked about in the December time period, certain things that on your computer, when they ran this access search, indicated it was accessed. Okay, so I'm going to quickly ask you, I'm not going to spend hours on hours on
Okay.
this, ask you a few questions about it.
Yeah.
The things about Reddit and, the audiobooks and things to do with infidelity, why were you looking up these things in late December?
Because I was working on our relationship.
Were you still having a hard time with it all?
I was.
I asked Detective E. Numa about how the search warrant, the computer search only pulled the terms, the relevant terms, and your name wasn't on there. Do you believe, like during this time period, you were also looking at your own financial?
I most certainly was.
Objection beyond the scope and expertise.
Do you believe you were also looking at your own financials at the time?
Yes, I most certainly were.
But you heard Detective Inuma say that search only pulled the ones with her name, yeah?
Yes, I heard that.
You mentioned at the end of the year, sometimes you're saying, you're asked about, I just want you to explain it more. So at the end of the year, when you're doing some tax planning, would you commonly look through certain files?
Leading.
No. You can answer that.
Yeah, and not just tax planning, but just financial planning, like budgeting and things like that, and kind of reviewing like, how our retirement accounts were doing, and it was more than just tax planning.
There was a retirement account of Aries that they brought up. So
Yes.
I wanted to ask you, I think you're trying to explain, but why do you have a recollection of why you might have been looking at her retirement account?
Yeah, so she had
Tell the jury why.
she had like almost $200,000 in her retirement, and when we purchased our house, we purchased it through UBS actually. So they actually do home loans as well, and as part of that, they convinced us to move all of her retirement into one of their accounts, which is a managed account. So they charge a fee on it. and they wanted me to move my retirement account out of my account too when I terminated my job, but that was after we closed on the house. So we didn't end up doing that before we closed on the house. And I was glad because Aries' return at UBS was very poor for 2024. And so I was looking at her return in 2024 that she got at UBS, and I was looking kind of at historical data. And then I was also looking at her return that she used to get on the same retirement money when it was still held at Westinghouse. And it was part of the process to decide if we were going to switch to her retirement account to a different account and provider to get a better return.
Okay. You know, all these financial documents they brought up, were you trying to like see if it would be cheaper to kill her than divorce her?
No.
You mentioned Darvo and what that meant. Why did that term resonate with you?
Oh, because so it felt like she was deflecting and then also blaming me for now the affair, and then also bringing up other things. And one of the threads that I read in Reddit talked about that idea, and then it used that acronym, and so then I was like, oh, what is this? So I looked up the acronym, and that's what it was. And so then I searched that acronym on Reddit to kind of get more information about people dealing with that specific issue.
You were asked about the 2018 Word document about the 2018 taxes and about the child support and alimony. Well, we talked about this the other day, so just really quickly, what other information was on there?
Oh, everything to do with our taxes. So, yeah, I don't know if you want to go into specifics, but
So it wasn't just the alimony and child support.
that's right.
Do you typically wake up early in the morning?
Yes.
You talked about this the other day, but after looking at the Palipuka on the website, what again? Why did it seem like a good one for you guys? What was the reasons?
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a really good hike for us to do because, like the prosecutor mentioned, it has these expansive views of the entire East Oahu. I'm sorry, West Oahu. No, East Oahu. And that was kind of one of our goals, is to kind of explore the island, but kind of see it, so we can get an idea of what the island looks like. It was a relatively difficult hike, which we're kind of used to, and we liked hikes like that. That's like a little bit out of the ordinary. And it ended up, at this really cool spot where we could take a picture. It was close to Waikiki, and it was a short hike.
Okay.
Fit into our
wanted
schedule.
to do other things that day.
Yes.
1 second. Now, you were asked about whether or not during the conversation when you confronted Arielle about the affair in San Luis Obispo, prosecutor asked you if at some point in that conversation you called her a lying bitch and a whore. You remember being asked that?
Yes.
And was this a long conversation you guys had?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we had the conversation about the affair for the entire time we were in San Luis Obispo.
But then that first
on
night,
and off,
that first night, did that conversation get heated and emotional?
It did.
Okay.
It did.
Let me ask you this. It was just the two of you there, right?
Oh, when yes.
Yeah. And you were asked if you called her those names, and you wanted to tell the jury that you did.
Yes.
You could have said, no, I didn't call her that, but you wanted them to know that you did call her those
Yeah,
names, right?
reading, testifying.
Sustain.
You testified to this jury, well, you admit that you called her those names.
Yes.
And then did the conversation continue and did you guys try to work through it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, doctor. That's all the questions I have for you.
Any recross based on what was asked on redirect?
Just a moment.
Take your time.
Now they're going to let the prosecution maybe ask a question.
Other,
Yes.
I don't think that did anything to help him at all. Based on my legal experience, which is massive in my own mind, of course, I don't think that did any sort of rehabilitation. How do you rehabilitate yourself? Yeah, that's exactly Laura Greer. It was like his lawyer just went, yeah, okay, thanks, bye. But how do you rehabilitate yourself from that side-by-side picture? My God. That's it. You're done. Take what the son said. Take what the witnesses said. Done. Toast. Over. And they have done a great job of showing that he was very manipulative. And again, Darville, he tried to turn everything around and make his wife, Arielle, be the aggressor. So, yeah. Hang on, guys. I got to do something here real quick. Anyway, it just, oh, here they come.
Dr. Konig, we're going to keep this very limited. I'm going to go through two situations. Situation one, if Ari divorces you, you're likely going to be paying child support, correct?
Yes.
And you know from your last marriage, that's very expensive, right?
It's not that expensive, but
You paid almost $30,000 a year in 2018, correct?
it's not a reason why I wouldn't divorce her if we had a good reason for it. That's all I'm saying.
If Arielle divorces you, if she divorces you, you're likely the one that's going to be paying child support. That's correct?
If we ended up getting a divorce, I would be paying child support, correct?
If Arielle ends up divorcing you, you don't get anything from her life insurance, correct?
If Arielle, if we get divorced, neither one of us gets either one of our life insurances.
Arielle divorces you, you don't get any of her retirement accounts, correct?
If we get divorced, well, that's not true. I know if we get divorced, Arielle might get some of my retirement account because my retirement account is much bigger than hers.
The question was, if Arielle divorces you, you do not get her retirement account, correct?
This is a question of law. It's not that's overruled.
I know that the retirement accounts are going to be, I know that retirement account division is part of divorce. And I know that there's a lot of things that go into that calculation. I know that my retirement account is much bigger than her retirement account. And I'm not sure what portions we'll be able to keep because it's based on when the contributions were made and things like that.
You know that you're likely not going to be taking her retirement if she divorces you, correct?
Like I said, I don't know what's going to come of all that. It's a complicated. It's much more complicated than the life insurance issue, for example.
And you know that if Ari divorces you, a likely outcome would be 50-50 custody, correct?
It depends on the circumstances of the divorce.
You knew before March 24, 2025, that if Arielle divorced you, 50-50 custody is generally standard, correct?
Yes, absolutely, and that's what I would have been advocating for.
Second scenario, if Ari dies, you don't pay any child support, correct?
If Ari died when?
If Arielle Konig dies, you're not going to be paying her any child support, correct?
If Ari dies, and yes, I would not be paying a dead person child support. Yes.
If Arielle dies, you get the $250,000 life insurance policy she took out, correct?
Yes.
That your suggestion, correct?
Not my suggestion to take out the life insurance policy. It was a joint decision.
If Arielle dies, you get $250,000 from her retirement, correct?
Yes.
As the sole beneficiary, correct?
Yes.
If Arielle dies, you get full custody of the kids, right?
If Arielle dies, I'm the only parent left. Yes.
No further questions.
If you get convicted of this charge, she
hang
gets
on,
full custody.
Approach.
Well, he's not supposed to ask any more questions, is he? I don't think he's supposed to. I think that was it. And I don't know, but it kind of sounded like the judge was really angry for a split second there, because he just jumped in. If you get charged and convicted, and the judge is like, stop. I loved how he had to think, if Arielle dies, I won't be paying child support to her. Like, he had to figure that one out. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, even I, with my half-dead brain when I'm exhausted and I can't read the word extravagant, even I know if somebody's dead, you're not going to pay him child support. Good God. So, yeah, I started to sweat too, Solo. You're right. He started to sweat. No, that judge was not happy. He's like, whoa, wait a minute. I wonder if they're going to rest. I would assume they're going to rest. Well, maybe not. Maybe they're going to end up with, maybe they have a witness who saw something completely different that is going to change everything. Yes. And we know that's not likely. We'll have to wait and see. Chipmunk. Maybe he had died versus dies fooled him. Yeah. Couldn't quite figure that one out. In LA 1930, congratulations on your job, my dear. Hi, Savannah Thomas. Good to see you. It depends, Savannah Thomas. It says, isn't in divorce, if you can prove your spouse had an affair, that they won't get any money. Well, if it's no fault divorce, like they have where I came from, my state in Utah, it doesn't matter whose fault it is. No fault. And I think most states are like that. Now, if you have a prenup that says, okay, if you have an affair, you don't get anything. That happens, I'm sure. And maybe in some states, they do continually have the, it's your fault divorce, therefore you're not going to get any money type stuff. So yeah, it does depend on the state. And I like the idea of no fault because, you know, I mean, God, you can accuse your spouse of anything. So I get it. I get it. Well, I say that, but then again, like if all depends.
You
All
asked
depends on the
about
situation.
custody.
Yes,
Love your boys?
yes, more than I can describe,
Excuse me?
more than words can describe.
Are you, do you want to fight Arielle for 50-50 custody in the divorce?
Absolutely.
You were asked about
He said yes.
how if she died, you would have got $250,000. How much money would Arielle have gotten if you died?
Over 2 million, including the life insurance and the retirement.
Let's talk about that. How much life insurance did you take out on your life for her?
1.5 million.
And that was in this January to March time period.
Yes,
During that time period, you decided to take out $1.5 million of life insurance on your life for her, right?
yes,
You had more retirement than her.
yes,
And if you died, that would go to her.
yes.
They brought up child support. Throughout, when you were your two older kids, they asked you about that. After you and their mom split up, did you pay child support?
Yes,
Did you feel it was the right thing to do?
yes,
Did you want to do that for your kids?
yes,
If you and Ari got divorced, would you be willing to pay child support?
yes, absolutely.
Would you do financially whatever you needed to do to make sure your kids had a good life?
Yes.
Thank you, Gerhardt.
Any other questions? No other questions. Doctor, thank you. Would you return back to council station?
We're going to see. Are they going to rest?
Mr. Otake, does the defense wish to present any other evidence?
Can we approach?
Sure, come on.
Oh, here we go. Now, did he say that he would absolutely fight her if it was 50-50 custody? That's how I understood it. Or did he say he wouldn't fight her for 50-50? Now, he said he wouldn't fight her if he had to pay her child support. But can somebody tell me what they thought they heard? Because that's what I thought I heard him say, was that basically, would you fight her for 50-50 custody? And I thought he said absolutely. Oh, yeah, they may want to recall some witnesses. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. That's what I thought he said, that he'd fight for 50-50. He would fight it. That doesn't sound good for him. Because of course he wouldn't want her to have custody. Because he wants to control the kids too.
For the day. It's a long weekend. I think we all could use the long weekend. I hope we get some rest this weekend. I'm gonna have you come back on Tuesday. We'll start up at 9 o'clock on Tuesday. That is April 7th. And based on my discussions with the attorneys, we expect to wrap up the presentation of evidence on Tuesday. And the case will be submitted to the jury sometime on Tuesday for deliberations. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the schedule. And it feels like a long road, but we're actually ahead of schedule. So I do hope you have a good, restful weekend. Again, there's a lot of coverage. Don't watch any of the coverage. If it's on when you're having dinner, turn off the TV, walk out of the room. Again, your decision must be based on the evidence presented here in court. So the same 3 rules apply. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Keep an open mind. Do not try to learn about this case outside of the courtroom. All of you, have a safe drive home. Have a good long weekend. We'll see you on Tuesday. All rise.
We're going to come back on Tuesday, people. I'm glad they're getting a nice long weekend. I don't think that ended well for the defense at all. Oh my gosh, Wendy Wobbles, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for being here all day, Trisha. It's been fun. It has been fun. Wendy Wobbles, thank you so much. Again, the money raised here through our monetization goes to DNA Solves, goes to help fund those DNA tests that need to be done so those families can finally get the answers they deserve. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you so, so much. And what I'm going to talk to our IT guy about is when we're live to turn off the ads and only have the ads on after we're done with any sort of live stream and it becomes a video. That way it won't cover up the chat and there won't be a problem with the chat. So I think we'll be able to do that, no problem. So, okay, what time is it? Okay, it's 9:15. Let's see, Eastern, 8:15 Central. That would be 7:15 Mountain, 6:15 Pacific. We will be back here at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Okay, in about let's see, about an hour and 15 minutes. Okay, we'll probably do kind of a short one. I just heard from Insightful One. She has to go to the ER to get one of those tramadol shots for her migraine because she's really nauseous and everything. So she'll be taking the night off. But we're going to be talking a lot about Leticia Stauch. We're also going to be talking about the Brian Enton interview with the investigator who is actively an investigator in the Nancy Guthrie case. And he comes out and says, yeah, the sheriff messed it up. That's why we don't have anything. So we'll talk about that and whatever else comes up. So we'll see you back here in about an hour, 15 minutes or so. It might be a little bit later. Okay. Love you guys. Thank you for joining us today. We love it. Don't forget to check out websleuths.com back here in just a little bit on Websleuths YouTube Live. See you then, guys. Bye-bye.